Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, we have some people here, Johnny Carter, Brenda, oh, that's our new court reporter, okay, and Adam Whaler. Is Adam Whaler on this, Mueller? Is he on this case?
Your Honor, Mr. Mueller is with the plaintiff. I apologize.
Okay. Anyone here not on this arm case? All right, Ms. Varela, let us know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's get started.
I'll share my screen. Okay, and sorry about that. I think this is on the screen. I just want to make sure before I get started, you guys can see this. Okay. Mr. Gustafson, just before we took a break, you had sort of told us that about your main conclusions in this case about WTL service and Suezmax service. I want to shift a little bit to talk about the Permian Basin. I didn't grow up in Texas, and when I became a litigator here, I thought the Permian was about Panther football and Booby Miles running the rock and Friday Night Lights. But from an oil and gas perspective, what is the Permian Basin? Where is it located?
Absolutely. The Permian Basin is basically the most prolific basin in the United States for production of oil and gas, especially oil. And it's when you think about Texas, when you think about Texas and you think about oil, you think about the Permian Basin.
Okay, and is the Permian Basin broke up into subparts or subbasins?
Absolutely. So when you think about, it's not monolithic. There are a number of different basins there. And in our graphic here, we have the Delaware and the Midland Basin. Traditionally, the Midland Basin. So for decades, we've been drilling vertical holes into reservoirs, producing oil and gas, and that really prolifically occurred in the Midland Basin. And as the shale revolution occurred in around 2013, 14, 15, and expanded, that technology allowed other parts of the basin to be taken advantage of and to basically produce oil and gas from. And Delaware Basin became another really key feature of it. And it's part of Texas. And as you can see, it also moves into New Mexico as well.
Okay, and looking at this map on the screen, we see the Delaware toward the left and the Midland toward the right. Can you just describe for us briefly, what are the different colors we're seeing here? What are those represent?
Sure. This is a really interesting graphic because it demonstrates basically the kinds of oil that are being produced in the Delaware Basin, with the Midland and Delaware referenced in the Permian Basin, I should say. And as you can see, the darker colors reflect heavier crude oils. And then as you move to blue is kind of what you would call your traditional WTI barrel. And then your green is a lighter barrel, which kind of 44 to 50. And we're really referencing when those numbers are API, which is specific gravity, and a higher API means actually it's lighter. Okay. And then 47 plus is a much lighter crude oil. So you can see through the Delaware, you really have a lot of yellow and green and migrating to blue. So you can see it really is prolific for a lot of these lighter crude oils, which you have some of it in the Midland, but really the Delaware is the sweet spot for that.
Okay, and we'll drill down on the specifics of WTL in a little bit, but just at a high level, can you tell us about some of the primary differences between WTI and WTL?
Yeah, I mean, they're both light sweet oils, and sweet means it has a lower sulfur content. But WTL hence has a higher API, or it's a lighter crude oil, and it also has a slightly lower sulfur content than WTI. So it's lighter and it has less sulfur than WTI.
And so are there different?
Generally.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No worries.
Are there different markets for WTI and WTL?
Without a doubt, they're different grades. They have different end uses, and in some cases they may be complementary. In many cases, in most cases, they're exclusionary. So yes.
Okay, and just the last question about this map, we see all the dots, but we also see some of these solid lines extending sort of toward the bottom right of the screen. What are those?
Sure, those are actually some of the major pipelines that are taking long haul pipes that are taking crude oil from the Permian and moving it to market. And these referenced ones are actually the pipes that focus on Corpus Christi. So you can see the Plains Cactus pipeline, Gray Oak pipeline, and of course the Epic pipeline. And those are basically picking up, they're connected to gathering systems across the Permian, and then they're moving crude oil with reference to these pipes to Corpus Christi.
Okay, and I want to talk a little bit more about some of this infrastructure. So you mentioned the Epic pipeline, and we can see it here on this map. It looks like it spans most of Texas, but there are these other points sort of in the top left side of the map. Can you describe what these different terminals and hubs are and how they relate to the Epic pipeline?
Sure. So what we're looking at here is a map of the Epic pipeline. We're seeing a couple of big terminal locations in Orla, Wink, and Crane. And those are the main injection points where we're basically putting crude oil into this long haul pipe and helping it because it's approximately 600,000 barrels a day capacity. Producers are basically either delivering truckloads into tank operations at those points, or gathering systems are delivering on their own pipelines barrels into those points, and then moving those barrels onto the Epic system and ultimately shipping that crude oil to Corpus Christi.
Okay, and can you just build on something you said? You mentioned that there's often trucking of crude oil products to these terminals. Just what does that look like to someone who's not in the field?
Sure. I mean, part of that, your whole gathering operation, if you think about, I mean, some of your most prolific wells may have a gathering system and a direct connect at those wells post the production operations. For the most part, the crude oil is collected in tanks and then trucked ultimately to the gathering system or directly to the pipeline location by the producers.
Okay, and I want to just talk about some of these specific points. We see the leftmost point, we see the Orla terminal. A little bit to the right, we see Wink and a few others. Can you just explain sort of the function of these and what their essential purpose is?
Sure. I mean, the key thing here is the reason they built those terminals is to have proximity to production, right? You want to have that hand in glove link to where the oil is being produced, and then ultimately having infrastructure that can easily collect those barrels and then move them to market. So as you can see, Orla is the most west. It's almost adjacent to New Mexico. And then as we have Wink, which is similar, another like kind of leg off or finger off the system. And then we get to Crane, which is a major location.
Okay, and on here, we see that there's all these terminals in the top left, and this is showing us the Epic terminal, or sorry, the Epic pipeline. Where does the Epic pipeline end? Sorry.
Sure. Terminus is in Corpus Christi. So basically the pipe, you have origin points here that we're focused on here in the Permian, and then ultimately it's delivering barrels to Corpus Christi, into the Corpus Christi system, I should say, but into Corpus.
Okay. And so when we're talking about shipping product from the Permian down to Corpus, what's the thing that actually governs what you can and cannot put into the pipeline?
Sure. That governorship is really described in the tariff. Ultimately, your tariff is your roadmap on the economic activity I can or can't do on that pipeline. And it's really kind of a floor, but it tells me what kind of crudes I can put in, how much minimum batches or minimum pipeline injections need to be. It really is, because remember, this is a logistical operation. The pipeliner is grabbing those barrels. They're batching those barrels together by myself as ARM as a shipper, ARM Glencore, I should say, and then other shippers putting those barrels together and then batching them together and delivering them to the Gulf Coast. So but I'm guided by that tariff, and that tariff is important. So as a commodity trader and a commodity structure, I always use the tariff as game one. What can I do on the pipe? What's it allow me to do? What's the flexibility I have on the pipe? And when I'm looking at, for instance, as a trader or a deal structure for my clients, for myself proprietarily, I would have looked at the tariffs for all three, and my goal was to get crude oil from the Permian to Corpus Christi, I'm going to compare the tariffs for all three of those other locations, or the Cactus or the Gray Oak, look at what their features are, what kind of crude oil can I transport? Do I have flexibility to have different grades or just one grade? And ultimately, what does the terminus look like too? What kind of optionality does it simply just deliver the oil to Corpus Christi, or is it linked actually to more infrastructure that gives me even more flexibility?
Okay. And I take it you analyze tariffs pretty regularly in your position.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like I was saying, not only is it a roadmap, but there's economic features of can and can't do's. And ultimately, you look at what those constraints are, and then you also try to recognize, what the other possibilities might be. But clearly, it's a boundary condition.
Okay. And are there any regulatory authorities that are involved with tariffs and improving them?
Yeah, absolutely. So in our case, you have these tariffs are going to FERC, and they're also going to the Texas Railroad Commission, which are, so you have a state body as well as a federal body overseeing them.
Okay. And so bearing that in mind, when a pipeline or a company puts a statement into a tariff, what are the implications of that?
I mean, they're the instructions for the shipper on how to operate on the pipe, what I can or can't do in terms of what that floor minimum is. So I'm paying, close attention to that. And as you can see, in many cases, tariffs are amended and changed, and those amendments and changes ultimately reflect, different activities or different changes to what that roadmap looks like.
Okay. And so essentially, is it in a way, is a tariff almost like a 10K, like an annual report that a company files, just in terms of the import of what it says?
Well, it's in the sense that it's very important. It's very important because there it gives you a snapshot into what's occurring or what has, what that snapshot of point of information is. It's different from a 10K because a 10K says, okay, it's a financial document that looks at assets, looks at revenue, looks at different items on a company's balance sheet, but it's backward looking. It's either for a 1-year period or a quarterly period. Whereas a tariff is really interesting because it tells you, what can I do going forward? As of this date, what economic activity, how do I need to behave? How do I need to operate on my pipeline or my storage asset or whatever asset is ultimately governed by a tariff?
Okay. And I wanted to just talk about tariffs a little bit more specifically. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for 1 second. Does Medallion have a tariff?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been pre-admitted as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. Brian, can you just pull that up? Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. Exhibit 5. Right. Thank you. And just looking at this first exhibit, can you just tell us what this is?
Yeah, that looks like it's the Medallion tariff guiding, the rules and regs for operating on their pipeline, on their gathering system. And yes.
Okay. And I'd like to just go to page 3 and look at the definition of carrier here.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I don't recall that Mr. Gustafson sponsored any opinions about tariffs in his expert report. I think this, perhaps I'm missing it, but this appears to be outside the scope of what he was designated as an expert on. We'd object. He's going to testify about how these tariffs work. We've given him some leeway here, but if he's going to get into the details about how tariffs work, we object.
Sorry, Mr. Gustafson works with tariffs, like he just said, on a daily basis. This is obviously the tariff and its terms are
Can you show me the expert designation so I can see what you're talking about? Share screen it, please.
I'm sorry, just one moment, Your Honor.
Reference tariffs in my
or the expert report if that's
I think it's in footnote 16. I'm referencing the Medallion Delaware tariff. In 4.3 of our report.
On 25, right? Sorry about that, Your Honor. Mr. Gustafson does talk about the EPIC pipeline tariff in his expert report. This is not the first time we've been discussing that he's been discussing tariffs in this case.
Apologize. In addition, Mr. Gustafson was questioned extensively by Medallion about the Medallion tariff in his deposition.
response.
Your Honor, they said it, I think it's their slide 2 in their PowerPoint presentation, that he's not going to offer any opinions, any legal opinions about what these contracts mean. Contracts incorporate tariffs. So I don't quite understand what their basis is for having him now explain, what the terms and tariffs mean. I don't even see, and again, I could be missing it, but I don't see if there's any discussion of tariff terms in his expert report. And again, I could just be missing it, but I don't recall that being a topic of his designation.
Your Honor, he does talk about the EPIC tariff in particular in his report, and in his deposition, Mr. Patterson took him extensively through both the Medallion and the EPIC tariff and asked him questions about them. And we're offering this witness not as obviously making a legal interpretation of the tariffs, but giving his commercial understanding as one in the profession of how they work.
It's hard because no one is showing me the expert report, so I don't. If someone could show me where in the expert report or in the, I guess, do you agree in the deposition that you covered that? I mean, it's just, I don't want this to be a surprise, but Mr. Patterson, did you cover that in your examination of this witness at his deposition?
Your Honor, it was over a year ago. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I'll look here real fast.
The objection, you can move on, but let's not. He's right. You shouldn't be interpreting the contract.
Understood, Your Honor. You can, yeah, that exhibit's down, right?
I'm sorry.
What is going on, guys? We got to get moving.
I'm sorry, we're just having a little technical issue. Just 1 second. I'm just putting this back up on the screen. Thanks, Rusty. Sorry about that delay. Mr. Gustafson, I just wanted to ask you briefly about something that was in the other side's opening presentation in this case. You can see on the screen here, there's the defined term, committed firm service. Do you see that on the right side there? It defines committed firm service as priority capacity that is equivalent to the highest level of service or provided by EPIC pipeline. In your experience structuring deals, what do you understand this to refer to?
For prime services.
Your Honor, excuse me. Same objection. I'm sorry, Your Honor, same objection. We're asking him to testify about what the contracts mean.
Your Honor, this is a question about Mr. Gustafson's experience with this term in the industry. And this is an issue that Medallion did not raise until opening yesterday. We have never heard it before.
You can talk generally what this means in the industry, but not what it means involving this particular contract. So stick to what this means in the industry.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Understood.
Basically, committed service, I mean, these are the basics of commodity trading. Whether I'm moving natural gas, gasoline, diesel fuel, or crude oil, understanding the level of service that I have. And primary firm service means I will not be cut. I will be able to transport my molecules from A to B unless the pipeline has a problem or a force majeure event on its pipeline. And I have a priority. So there are also typically secondary or standby walk-up shippers. And if I decide not to ship my oil that day as a primary shipper, then those other guys get an opportunity to ship. But otherwise, I have priority. So it's almost like being on an airplane with frequent flyer mileage. I'm a platinum flyer. I'm not going to get kicked off that plane unless they change aircraft and there are fewer seats. That's what it means in the simplest terms.
And just generally speaking, this is in the industry, is this understood to have anything to do with crude oil specifications?
No, this is about whether I can move my molecules from A to B and where that is in that priority operating within the constraints of the tariff. And a tariff's, every commodity trader looks at a tariff because they need to understand what they can and can't do. I mean, it's kind of the basic, and I'm not talking about legalistic or damages or anything like that. So I'm just saying, what molecules can I move? What is the volume I can move? How do I need to batch it? How do I need to behave with it? And what, by the way, which molecules am I allowed or not allowed to transport on that pipeline? And I've done that my entire career, from the Colonial Pipeline, moving products from the Gulf Coast to New York City, to crude moving from Permian to Cushing, Oklahoma, or ultimately here in this case.
Understood. And I want to talk about some of those endpoints. We've talked about how a lot of crude oil produced in the Permian is shipped via pipeline. But so what are some common endpoints for pipelines running from the Permian?
Sure. When we talk about Corpus Christi is not brand new. Corpus Christi's been a huge player in energy infrastructure for decades. It has over 800,000 barrels a day of refining capacity between Flint Hills, Valero, and other participants. It's got NGLs, which is the gas liquids, come out of natural gas, wet natural gas when it comes out of the ground and it's separated. They do that activity and then it goes into petrochem. We now have one of the premier LNG facilities operating out of Corpus. So that's kind of the history of it. And it developed itself as well as a terminal to load, to tank and store crude oil and oil products, and ultimately to move them to both domestic and international markets via the water.
Okay, and you showed us, we looked at a map earlier that showed some terminals that were in the Permian Basin, but I want to talk about a marine terminal. Can you tell us what a marine terminal is and what happens there?
Sure. A marine terminal's purpose really is a staging location. Now, it can have a couple different features, but its primary focus is I'm going to bring crude oil on my pipeline. I'm going to store it at that terminal, and I'm going to take that from storage. I'm going to load ships that can dock at that terminal, move that crude onto those ships for export to domestic and international markets.
Okay, and do different terminals have different capabilities? Can you tell us about any?
Oh yeah, by definition. I mean, you're going to look at all of those features of that terminal in terms of, how big is its dock, how much water underneath the hull can I take, basically the depth of that sort of thing, and ultimately how it's logistically linked to other assets within the area. I mean, is it a standalone terminal, or does it have pipeline that connect to other assets? So what's the versatility, the flexibility, all those pieces.
Okay, and I want to talk a little bit more about Epic's terminal in Corpus Christi.
Sure.
So looking at this map on the bottom of the screen here, can you just sort of explain to us where the Epic terminal is located?
Absolutely. So that what looks kind of like a river starting on the right side by that New Star and then wandering up, that's called the inner harbor. And in that inner harbor, you've got a, kind of a channel depth of 47 feet. It's noted here. But you'll take ships that are within the capacity of managing that. So you can see there's a number of different terminals: Buckeye, Pinoak, Valero, Epic, Eagleford terminals, and New Star. They're all connected within that system to different long haul pipes that are bringing in oil, and also to the refinery networks there. And as we go across the harbor, you have Moda, which is now Enbridge, and Flint Hills, which are just on a different side and have a little bit different access point.
Okay, and you mentioned here that Epic is both upstream and downstream from some other terminals. So in terms of, it's about Epic's hypothetical terminal capacity. Could you tell us what you would expect given these other competitors here?
Sure. The interesting is in terms of I guess you're asking me about constraints. So in terms of like the ability to manage like a larger ship, like a Suezmax ship, which can take larger amounts of barrels, New Star, Eagleford, Valero, Pinoak, and Buckeye have all taken those larger ships and filled them. All of those terminals have taken Suezmaxes, which have taken over 800,000 barrels or more and unloading.
Okay, and so if I decided to have lunch with you and Judge Hoffman and Mr. Patterson, we were going to put a blanket down and have a picnic near this Epic terminal, we would see Suezmaxes sort of all around us.
Yeah, we see a variety of ships going by and loading, and clearly Suezmaxes would be one of those ship types that we would see.
Okay, and it's your understanding that there would be no physical limitations to a Suezmax going through here?
Not if ultimately if I can load a Suezmax at Valero, Pinoak, or Buckeye and take those volumes, no.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about production and then go over to exports. Looking at this map, we're looking at Permian crude oil production. Can you just sort of describe at a high level what this shows us?
Sure. This is just this is from the EIA. It really shows crude production in the Permian, and it really demonstrates. So prior to to the 2015s, production in the Permian really kind of plateaued to run around 2 million barrels a day. It was from vertical drilling. It was stable, but not really growing. And then we had the shale revolution, and it really just took off. And we're basically launching to over 5.6 million barrels a day where we are right now in terms of production from in the Permian. Another interesting feature is the red line is actually the rig count. So that's how many rigs are drilling at any one time. And you say, well, oh my gosh, they peaked and then they came down and then they went back up. But you can see that's that's basically the modern productivity of our upstream businesses that are drilling in the Permian. They're just getting better and better. And that efficiency allows them to drill and operate under, more varied economic conditions. So you can see kind of those spikes down. We had one because of the Russians and the Saudis colluding to lower prices, and we had another one related around COVID. But we basin recovered and started producing again, at a strong level.
Okay, and just to make sure I understand, so we've seen this growth, despite COVID and sort of despite some of this other oil and gas volatility we hear about in the news. But at least from a production standpoint, the Permian Basin has been increasing pretty steadily. And just briefly here, right under where it says Permian crude production, it says barrels crude per day and total crude rigs, source EIA. What is EIA referring to?
Oh, that's a federal agency. It's the Energy Information Agency. Okay. So it's their role, it's their job, basically, to give information to both the public and other agencies within the government about what's going on with energy.
Okay, and
so they collect this data.
And this is a source that's somebody in your professional position would rely on. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Okay. So switching away from production, I want to talk about exports coming out of Corpus Christi briefly. Just looking at this map, looking at this chart, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on here?
Sure. What you're really looking at here is it's really fascinating. So as we looked at Corpus, and Corpus, like we were talking about before, is a long-standing asset. They had a lot of infrastructure for years, but it really has just boomed as an export terminal. It's based on its access to the water, the ease of ships coming in and out, not getting congested. What you see in say like the Port of Houston, which is a marvelous, massive port, but has a lot of activity even in dry bulk and in containers and such. Corpus Christi's really become a number one for the export of crude oil. And what's really also interesting too is you can see that flat line on domestic. So domestics, what's that mean? That means those are smaller ships and barges. So moving, say, I have a client in Mississippi who has a refinery, 75,000 barrels a day. They take barges from Corpus Christi in different places to have deliveries of oil. So that's what that line on the bottom is. So that's delivering crude oil to those kinds of locations in the United States. But really what's mirroring the volumes going up is the international aspect of this. So we're exporting, volumes and volumes of crude oil out of Corpus Christi. It's become a real premier location to do that.
And has Corpus Christi's proximity to the Permian Basin also played a role in its growth as a market?
By definition, when we look at those three pipes, Epic, Gray Oak, and Cactus, they're they're newer pipes, they're, newer infrastructure, efficient infrastructure, economic infrastructure. They're moving those barrels from the Permian to Corpus. Absolutely.
Okay. And just one final question on this chart. Looking at this, does this suggest to us that exports actually increased during COVID, at least as far as the Port of Corpus Christi was concerned?
I mean, obviously, there's some jigs and jags, and you can see based on activity that, what the world is dealing with. But the average, if you were to take an average line and ask that, you can see that it continues to go up. And the only boundary condition really is how much crude oil can I get to Corpus, and how large a ship can I load, and in the most efficient way to get it out, get to market.
Okay. So there were two main conclusions you mentioned before, primarily talking about WTL and Suezmax service. And so I want to just focus on WTL for the moment. So can you just describe for us, oops,
Sure.
One
back.
There we go. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Can you describe for us at a high level what makes WTL different from WTI?
Sure. The key thing when we looked at that chart earlier and we looked at the Delaware and we saw those colors, and really that came in. So we're drilling for oil, and what ends up happening is suddenly the oil we're producing is lighter than we expected. So what they were doing is they're producing this oil, it's lighter than expected, and they're trying to manage and say, okay, what as a producer, what is the value stream for that crude? So they went through and thought about that and tried to decipher that through. So what was ultimately discovered is that WTI and WTL are different crude grades. They're different enough that they need to be segregated and they need to be marketed separately for use. In 2009, earlier, the Gray Oak pipeline, for instance, to accommodate customers that were challenged with this lighter, sweeter WTL, commingled it with WTI and shipped it in a commingled basis. So they basically mixed it together and made a cocktail. And what they found is that customers didn't want it because customers were expecting WTI and they were getting something that was a little bit sweeter and a little bit, meaning lower in sulfur and a little bit higher in API. And you say to them, well, isn't that more valuable? And my point is that no, not necessarily, because refineries are really geared to run different kinds of grades and they know what they want. And they wanted a WTI and they were getting kind of a funky mix. So the industry recognized this. Gray Oak started segregating their batches and shipping WTL and WTI separately. And this was recognized by the industry, and that Argus, who like S&P Platts, if you're familiar with that, is another one of these. They're a price and they're a price survey for energy trading and commodities trading. And what they did is they basically linked out and they delineated what does WTL mean, and they described a crude oil between 44.1 and 48 API. They described sulfur. So suddenly I had a distinct definition of what WTL was, and I had a pricing reference because every day that it would transact, I could get a price for it in the Permian and Midland for WTL. And I would also get a price for WTI, and I could look at those two now as distinct separate crudes.
Okay. And I want to drill down a little bit on WTL's characteristics. Can you just talk a little bit about what actually, from a characteristic standpoint, what makes WTL different?
Yeah, so I mean, the larger features obviously are that it's specific gravity. It's a lighter crude oil. Colors may or may not be important, but it's lighter. It has an interesting feature because it has a lower carbon. It's a lower carbon crude, which is kind of interesting. So this fact that it has less sulfur, is a lighter crude, it's kind of a lower carbon peat component to it. And it's ultimately one of the other interesting things is it's a simpler crude to refine. And so the products when in the initial refining of WTL, it spins off a product mix that includes something called propane. We're all familiar with this with gas grills. Well, ultimately, propane can also be used as a feedstock in the petrochemical business, or I can also use it to run my refinery for some of the heat processes I had. And where that gets interesting is now I can use that to run part of my refining process, and I don't need to acquire natural gas to do that. So that's where it actually becomes kind of important for why it's interesting for some of our export markets where natural gas might be expensive.
And I want to talk about something you said. You mentioned that different refineries are sometimes equipped, to handle WTL as opposed to WTI. Can you sort of talk about that breakdown in refineries and how that works?
Yeah, I mean, so this is an interesting feature, and this kind of drives down to our last point too. We'll get to is the United States has the most complex and sophisticated refinery setup in the world, and that prowess of our capital investment and ability to refine crude oil means we're geared actually to run some of the toughest, nastiest crudes that are produced. So heavy crudes, meaning really low APIs, very sulfurous, have different sorts of contaminants. Our complicated, very sophisticated refinery slates, so refineries are set up to run these slates. Okay, so they're really geared to do that. And for instance, natural gas right now, it's not $25 an M like it is in Europe. It's $4 right now in the United States. So that ability to know what my input costs, what my fuel is, means I can take these crude oils, these nasty crude oils, and turn them into great high value added products. On the other hand, when I compare, especially in the developing world, some of these other refinery setups that we have, they're not as sophisticated. They're not set up with the different kind of infrastructure that ours has. So they're really geared to run simpler crude oils, basically run it in a way that is economic for them. And ultimately, that means that for them to avoid using as much natural gas as they possibly can and to have a simpler refined product, they're going to be attracted to lighter crude oils and hence the WTIs and especially the WTLs.
And so as a general matter, you'd say that foreign refineries are more designed for WTL and you'd find less WTI. Is that fair to say?
I would say, traditionally they have been. There are exceptions. There's a refineries built in India, for instance, the Reliance refinery, which is a great sophisticated refinery that can run a bunch, but the vast majority of these refineries are more simple and they're oriented towards running light crudes.
And from a policy standpoint, are there any sort of milestone events that have sort of facilitated WTL's growth?
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting. So it really precursed that 2019, where Argus came out in April 2019 and said, okay, this is what WTL means. But early on in the shale revolution, the Eagle Ford, which is another prolific, more recent, was really a gas play. But the frac revolution really took off on that area, and it was generating a lot of natural gas, but also a lot of super light crudes. And these super light crudes were like WTL and even lighter, a condensate. And the challenge is when we were talking about that U.S. refinery slate, it's geared to run tough, nasty stuff, okay, and heavier stuff, more sulfurous stuff. It's not geared to run these super light crudes. So at that time, you could import and export products, but you can import crude oil, but you could not export it. So that became a real challenge for the market that, okay, we're producing these crude oils, they have value overseas, and we're challenged to find ways of dealing with them or using them domestically. So President Obama, in his wisdom, recognized that there was a challenge here and that it would both help the US economy and help the markets and help the world really that had an appetite for this crude oil. So they lifted the ban in December of 2015. And ultimately that precursor ended up being really helping out the WTL, which would develop later.
Right. And you touched on WTL entering the market around 2019. Can you just talk about why it became an independent product and sort of how it became the commodity it is today?
Sure. So initially, right. So people were, you had that crude oil. People were challenged on what to do with it. We talked about how it was mixed together. Clients and customers didn't want it that way. So they segregated it and separated it in separate batches. Well, ultimately, the great thing about the Argus prints was now I had price transparency on what is WTL trading for in reference to that benchmark WTI is, which was the standard crude oil in the Permian. And when I say it's standard, when I look at the Wall Street Journal, when I look at WTI, that's the NYMEX that people quoted on CNBC or Bloomberg. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about WTI. So they're looking in reference to WTI, where's WTL's value stream? And you saw that it was interesting and it was discounted heavily. So it traded at a spread that was so it was basically trading less than WTI. Now why was that? Because it didn't really have an end use in the Permian Basin. And basically it was saying, all right, find a home for me, find an end use for me as WTL. And that's what that pricing did. It allowed customers and traders to experiment with WTL and find different cases for it to work overseas and for different client and customers and markets. And that's where we kind of did, that's what these slides really look at. So once people started using it, and you can see that, for instance, 600,000, Bloomberg references 600,000 barrels a day of WTL being produced, hand in glove, that demand continued. And what you get is you get a lot of different cases, like here again in this article, it references the propane-rich component of WTL. Customers who experimented with it found those features and liked it.
And you've mentioned the term batching a few times. Can you talk about what batching is and how that actually plays into the WTL?
Sure, we talked about that earlier on that other pipeline. When you commingle, so if I just ship one stream 24/7 and I'm mixing WTL and WTI together, the end use product isn't either. And customers didn't like that. So there's value in getting the distinct grade of crude oil that I need or want. And so batching on a pipeline means I'm transporting barrels. It's like on a hose. I'm injecting. I have a segregated tank in the Permian. It's filled with WTL, and for a certain period of time, I'm going to just put WTL into that pipeline, and it's just going to transport WTL. And the pipeline manages that process. So whatever minimum threshold they have for amount of volume has to travel in a batch. That goes down the pipeline, and then they'll switch back to whatever another crude type, another stream that they may have. But that whole point of that is to keep the stream separate and distinct and have those batches that way. And that's what they manage.
And when that service became available, were people taking advantage of it?
Yeah, by definition, yeah, absolutely. Because that point is they didn't like these commingled barrels, and I'm not going to truck WTL all the way from the Permian to Corpus Christi. And the pipelines recognize that. They said, look, I've built, 600,000 barrels a day. I have 2 million barrels of takeaway capacity on all these pipelines. That means that nearly a third of those barrels need to find a home. I need to get them on a pipeline. I need to get them to the market and get them to Corpus in this case.
Okay, and you mentioned that that the international market is really what's driven demand for WTL. I want to talk about just focus on some specific regions. Can you talk about just some of the different regions and why they had this demand for WTL that drove the market?
Yeah, and we've talked about some of the aspects of that, but Asia is a big market for it, developing market. In a lot of cases, their simple refineries are configured to run light crudes, and they have that issue with propane and natural gas. So if I think about their natural gas is coming through LNG, they like WTL for that feature. Another really interesting one that came about is in this, international challenge we've had with bad actors like Iran. They were producing a lot of lighter oil and condensates, which are substitutes, or you can swap out between WTL and these condensates. And South Korea became a big end use buyer of WTL when they could no longer source barrels from Iran. Europe, another one. some of the, especially refineries in the South and the Med, they were oriented towards, they were already running light crudes. A lot of those crudes were sourced out of West Africa. So they're looking for more opportunities to, and substitutes based on price and value. Russian now, and another point here, the Russian energy war. So what happens here? We just talked about how expensive natural gas prices constrain my ability to refine crude oil. Well, in those cases, they're taking more complex refineries. They're just not turning on your hydrotreaters or hydrocrackers, which require either natural gas or hydrogen, and you use natural gas to create hydrogen. So I'm just carving that out. I'm running lighter crudes to make the products I need to keep the lights on and houses warm in Europe. So it really wraps around, interestingly, an energy security issue that we have going on. And then as we go down to Latin America is an interesting one. And this is more of a professional traders mix, but they have some of those same heavier crudes being produced. And the traders and even the producers said, okay, what if I mix my heavy crude with WTL? Can I create kind of a cocktail grade that customers may want? And they found that that actually has a great economic value. So they've done that.
Okay, and we've talked a lot about how demand has grown for WTL, but I really want to talk about a critical point here, which is what does this look like? What is the value of WTL and WTI?
Sure.
So can you just describe for us, is the cost of WTL always the same as WTI, or are those markets separate?
No, I mean, because they're different, they'll trade at different spreads to each in different relationships. So generally, WTL is traded at a discount as much as $6, but it's come back and traded, for instance, Midland closer to almost a parity price at times. So the whole point is based on the intrinsic supply and demand for each grade, prices move. And what this chart over here does is it really gives you a window into some of the other crude oils, which are potential substitutes, and I could substitute WTL for or WTI in certain markets and how those work in export.
And so just looking at this, we see in the middle of the chart, we see some of these replacements. It's Elita, Senipod,
Sure.
Sakhalin. I likely didn't pronounce that correctly, but so you're saying these are just substitutes that WTL can sort of sit in for, is that right?
Right, and we've discussed this before. They all have different features. These are API and sulfur-driven substitutes that we looked at, and they all have different kind of aspects when you look at a crude slate and whether it can be run in a refinery or not. But they're really great examples of substitutes and how I'm looking at the pricing, and you'll see that, for instance, delivered WTL to, in this case, we're looking at the examples you also, which is in South Korea. You can see at some point in time it's cheaper, and these are all yearly averages, and other times it's more expensive. But the key thing is that the local supply and demand for each of these crudes will be dynamic and change. You'll have weather events, you'll have infrastructure events. They all create interesting opportunities for these crudes to be substituted or traded for each other. And one of the other interesting things, and it's really, it's manifesting itself now in terms of that whole energy security issue. Where do I want to source my crude from? What's dependable? Where do I get a dependable supply chain? Now, how does that work?
And so the major takeaway here is that there are times where WTL is compares differently to substitutes, and then there are times where WTI is a little bit different. But the major takeaway being there are times where it makes more sense to export WTL. There's times where it's more.
Yeah, absolutely. These prices move around quite a bit. International traders are going to be talk to their customers and find ways to optimize that.
Okay, and I want to talk briefly and just drill down on the specifics of this. This is a chart that was in Medallion's opening slide. It's talking about some spreads, but can you sort of talk to us about what this means in your experience or what this is referring to?
Sure. So in this case, what we're talking about here is the spread between Midland and Corpus. And that is, I believe it's Corpus. This is Corpus minus Midland. That's why it's higher on the left side of that chart. So what you've got is there are all, if you look at the history of the Permian Basin, there are always supply and demand constraints where you have more production and you don't have enough takeaway capacity and spreads widen. You have capacity added and spreads narrow. So you always have that sort of dynamism. One of the key things, though, is that if you think about all those pipelines taking crude oil from the Permian, you think about them as toll roads. And if you have a choice of toll roads, and they're all going kind of the same place. I'm going to choose the one that gets me there fastest and that gets me there the most efficient economically. And that's what you found is those pipelines moving crude oil from the Permian to Corpus Christi, because they were newer pipelines, more efficient pipelines, more economic pipelines, they were winners. So even though the spread varied and narrowed in this case, where did those barrels go? Ultimately, there was, and we saw from that, independent of this, the launch that we saw of exports out of Corpus, barrels were moving on those pipelines and they were moving to Corpus and they were moving out.
And you've talked a few times about the importance of having the option to ship different kinds of crudes and for them to reach, unique markets that have, that have a certain type of demand at a given time. Is that sort of encompassed in this chart, or is that sort of lost here?
No, it's kind of lost because this is really just looking at the Corpus. So if I'm a producer and I get pipeline capacity, instead of selling it in Midland, I decide to sell it in Corpus, then yeah, in a way, I'm kind of held hostage to the price I'm getting in Corpus. Right, it may or may not be more than I would have gotten in Midland versus what in this case, my transportation fee is $1.35. And, they're showing it, I'm touching now $1.75 or something like that, or 45 cents they're saying in red here. So, okay, fine. That's one feature. That wasn't the case with the Medallion Epic pipeline. I'm only going to sell in Corpus Christi if I can make money at it, meaning there's some economic event that says refineries or other shippers really want that crude oil and I don't have a ship to do it, because I have also a marine terminal agreement. So my goal here is to take these crude oils and with my choice of WTL or WTI, and then load a ship and basically find the most valuable market for that.
And so just as a takeaway here, it's fair to say that this graph really doesn't paint a complete picture.
No, it tells one piece of it, but not the entire picture. Absolutely not. And it really doesn't talk about, it's a segregated player, right? It's just if I'm just simply shipping to Corpus and I'm selling to refineries, for instance, and I don't have the wherewithal or, to move that crude in on a ship and find its better customer mix to add value.
Okay. Now I want to set aside the WTI aspect of this case and talk about and transition over to the Suezmax side. Can you just tell us what is a Suezmax?
Sure. Suezmax is if you think about it, there's a couple of sides. We're really talking about Aframax, which is a ship that takes 500,000 to 600,000 and change kind of barrels volumes. It has a deadweight ton, which is kind of a driver for what that volume of it can or what it can carry. Then you have a Suezmax, which is 120 deadweight ton, 120,000 deadweight tons to 160. It can take barrels in the 750, 800 up to 1 million range. And then ultimately, you have the largest, which are VLCCs and ULCCs, very large crude carriers and ultra large crude carriers. And a VLCC is something that can take over 2 million barrels, for instance.
Okay. And is it customary in the industry to refer to a Suezmax vessel as a million barrel vessel?
Yeah, effectively, when you think about a Suezmax, you think about 1 million.
Okay. And what are the primary advantages of using a Suezmax as opposed to a smaller vessel?
It depends. It's all about being fit for purpose, right? Where am I going? Where am I taking my cargo? I want to move it in the cheapest way possible. And I want to be able to get the most volume and the most that I can deliver to my customer. And that's where Suezmax becomes a differentiator, especially when I have long haul opportunities to markets. So I can get more volume there, I can get it cheaper, and I can get it there faster.
Okay. And I want to walk through some of the specifics on this chart. So if we're looking, I guess it's the 7th row to the bottom, we see in 2021, there's $1.32 listed. And then to the right of that, it says $1.02. Can you explain to us what that refers to real quick?
Yeah. On a very conservative basis, so basically took the prices, freight trades in dollars per metric ton for those deadweight tons I was kind of referencing earlier. But without getting in the weeds, we'll look at the prices for moving barrels from the US Gulf Coast to the UK and Europe or to the Mediterranean in these charts. And we're looking at 2019, and we're looking at through 2021, and we're comparing Aframax to the Suezmaxes. And you can see some nice premiums where the Afras cost more than the Suez pretty consistently.
Okay. And if we go down to this second row to the bottom in 2021, we see it says 29 cents, and next to it 28.6%. Is that referencing that there's a 28.6% savings when you're leveraging the benefits of a
Yes,
Suezmax
on,
as
on
opposed
that,
to
on that
Aframax?
component.
And so on a ship with about 1 million barrels, how much are we talking about in savings then?
Well, in this case, we're talking about, almost $300,000.
Okay. So you mentioned before that there's the shipping aspect of what you do, and then there's a loading aspect. Is it important for shipping and loading volumes to match, and why?
Well, one of the key things here is I want to minimize these extra costs that I have. So I want hand in glove when I'm shipping on my pipeline. If my goal is to achieve international markets with my barrels, I want the number of barrels that I'm shipping to match the number of barrels that ultimately I will load on a ship. So the pipeline barrels and the shipping barrels should be pretty much the same, very close.
Okay. And in the industry, what is a shipper pay obligation, just generally?
Sure. So when, we talked about this earlier about what does it mean when you're a firm shipper? Okay, if I'm a firm shipper, I basically have a shipper pay obligation. I'm going to pay that no matter what, whether I pay it or not. Or whether I ship barrels on it or not, I'm going to have to pay that price. So that's the key thing is when I look at the 25,000 plus, what was the 2 and change, almost 27,000 barrels a day, I've got this volume that I need to transport every month, and I'm going to pay $1.35 or $1.34 on that one small piece for it every time.
Okay. And so when there is that sort of obligation in a contract, or if parties are talking about it, does that impact how you would look at the shipping and loading volumes and making sure those match?
Well, it's one feature, right? I know I'm going to have to pay this charge. If I transport the crude oil, what am I going to do with it? Am I going to load it on a ship, or am I going to have to do something else with it?
Okay. And I want to talk about just, imagine a situation where you do have a mismatch where you shipped more than you can actually load. So we'd have some excess there. Can you tell us what would you have to do with that excess, and what would be the results?
It's going to really depend on the market conditions at any point in time. But without a doubt, what it's going to cost is it's going to create some friction, because basically my tankage is set up in my terminal arrangement that the barrels I ship that go to my terminal, I'm going to clear those every month and I'm going to restart because I have one nomination per month for a ship. So, if I'm shipping 750, but I'm only, on the pipeline, but my ship is only 600,000 barrels or 500,000 barrels or 600, I have this quote unquote mismatch. So I've got this volume of crude oil that I now need to do something with. And I either can store it somewhere in Corpus Christi, or I could try to sell it to another party. Or I can decide also, I could say, all right, based on, selling it, it's never working. I lose a lot of money doing that. Storing it is super expensive. I don't want to do that. I guess I'll just ship fewer barrels, but I'll pay that taker ship price, the shipper pay obligation, and pay the full 135 on my full obligation, even though I'm not shipping that many barrels. So those are the kinds of the costs I'm going to look through. And try to optimize and try to minimize that. And in a perfect world, I don't have that, right? I ship 750,000 barrels a month. I bring in a ship that can accommodate that. Life is good. I go on. I decide to ship WTL 1 month. I ship WTI 1 month. I load my ship. I go to town.
Okay, and so having a large enough ship, I understand, is important in this industry. But so I want to talk a little bit about just Suezmaxes. Looking at this chart, we can go through this quickly. But what does this chart actually show us about the sizes of the vessels that are going in and out of Corpus Christi?
Sure, it references some of what we were talking about. So these are all the liftings and loadings from July 21 through July 2022. And as you can see, number of loadings has increased, but also what's really interesting is the Suezmax percentage has gone up. So what's really interesting is that Suezmax is becoming the vessel of choice, really, and that's the Suezmax is kind of that pinkish purple color. You can see that its market share is growing.
And so really the current state of the market in Corpus Christi is really driving more Suezmax activity.
Yeah, put it this way, it's like I think in your reference when you're having a picnic, it would not be unusual to see Suezmaxes lifting barrels from terminals either in the Inner Harbor or on the Ingleside side.
Okay, and now we've talked about the commercial value of being able to ship WTL and the economic value that a Suezmax offered, but I want to talk about this concept of options that you've mentioned a few times so far.
Sure.
So like I said, you've been talking about options and their value. Can you just elaborate on what you mean by that?
Sure. A lot of people just think of an option like as a stock option, as a call or a put or something like that. But really, in this case, the option to choose between what sort of crude types or ship sizes, those options are what we call and then are real options. And ultimately, those options have value because they allow me to serve my customers and give them choices that they otherwise would not have.
Okay, and do entities ever pay more money for logistical flexibility? How important is versatility here?
So these stakeholders, and these stakeholders could be end users, they could be shippers, they could be traders, they could be customers. Well, we all know that logistical flexibility has value. It's no difference like, okay, if I send my shoes out, I'm going to pay one price if I can only pick them up between 8 in the morning and 9, or I can pick them up anytime during the week. Okay, that flexibility says, okay, because I've got, I have different constraints in my life. You know what? The ability to pick it up any day time during the week, that has some value to me versus a narrow window where I might have a discounted price. Okay, so if you think about these things in terms of this flexibility and this ability to make choices, it has a lot of value. And
And do you have any examples that you can talk about where an entity having this kind of optionality that you mentioned really benefited them?
sure. So for instance, right now I'm working with a client on the West Coast of the United States. They're actually a natural gas client, and they have access to transportation and storage in an asset. And right now, I don't know, a lot of people living in Texas aren't aware, but natural gas is trading in California and San Francisco at the same price it is in Europe. It's $20 plus an M right now. And I'm serving, actually, my client serves school districts and universities there, and they're suffering these high prices. But what they did is they were obligated to get a storage asset, which is a real option, a real piece of infrastructure. They were obligated by the utility to contract for this. So I helped them, and my firm helped them to guide them to actually use that asset to sell natural gas that they had in storage that they didn't need until February and March. We sold it in December and January. We 5 to 6 times value were able to create for them a value stream that they can then use that money and actually reduce the bills for those universities. So in this case, what you're seeing is that ability to optimize or trade a real asset has value, and it has value for customers and clients.
And so sort of bearing in mind the importance of options, I want to finally turn us to some of your conclusions in this case. So again, just from a commercial standpoint, how important is the option to be able to transport WTL?
It is, that again is another one of these chooser options, that ability for me based on economic condition, market conditions at any one time, both whether it's trading at a discount or a premium in the Permian is one component of it in Midland. It's also what can I do with it, and what is my end use market, and what my customers are going to pay for it. I may have one period where customers will only buy WTI and it trades at a higher value, and I'll ship that for 1 or 2 or 3 months. I may have every other month where I'm doing WTL 1 month or WTI 1 month. And I'm making those decisions predicated on what's the highest value I can achieve. So ultimately, if I have a contract that says I can only buy, I can only buy one crude oil type, or I can have the opportunity to ship 2 distinct grades. I mean, that chooser option has value.
And are there any kind of energy security implications when it comes to having the option to ship different kinds of crude?
Well, energy, without a doubt. So if I look at these refineries that we're dealing with, especially right now, that are constrained, that have their input fuels are expensive, and they're looking for alternatives to keep the lights on, that ability to choose what best works for them from a rule of law country that's shipping, that they can depend on and have a stable supply chain, I think that really does have value.
And pivoting over toward the other side of this, which is the Suezmax, again, just from a commercial standpoint, how important is the ability to be able to load a Suezmax?
We've talked about it's a larger volume. It has better economies typically it gets there faster. So I can take that to markets that may or might not be economic for an Aframax on the smaller size ship. On the other hand, there may be other times of the year where an Aframax works out and it's fit for purpose. But the key thing is that my ability to make that choice and load either of those ship sizes, because ultimately what happens if I can only go with an Aframax, and there are clearly, it's possible to go to Asia with an Aframax and it happens, but it's not optimal. It's not the most economic alternative. I want the largest ships possible. And basically a Suezmax is clearly a larger ship. It's more economic. So it's going to give me some more choices, and not being able to load a Suezmax basically truncates that option, right? I can't do that. I can only now really source certain places to go with the crude.
Okay, and you've talked about how the option to ship WTL as opposed to WTI is important, but you've also talked about how leveraging a Suezmax offers distinct benefits. I want to talk about just these two in combination real quick. Can you just talk a little bit about having these two features together actually provides a distinct kind of value?
Sure. When I first looked at this contract, I was like, as a trader, I was like, wow, this is great. I can source crude oil in the Permian. I can transport it on long-haul pipelines to Corpus Christi. I have my choice of two different distinct crude types, and I can load different ships based on market conditions. I mean, that is a really valuable chooser option. That's what it gives me super amount of flexibility. And the other thing I can do is I can actually sell that to a customer, because a customer, let's say my customer is a refiner who has a number of different refineries overseas and are configured differently. They may enter into a contract with me and pay me more just for the right to say, I can choose what crude oil I get each month. And by the way, what that volume would be. So that key thing is that, that operational flexibility, that logistical flexibility, that ability to choose and drive those prices. Yes, as Arm Glencore, they're valuable. In what sense would that? Because Glencore is an international trader with a portfolio of transactions. By definition, they entered into this contract knowing that they could, within their portfolio itself, optimize these for customers and for themselves. And not being able to do that is a challenge, right? It terminates value, doesn't create value.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gustafson. Subject to redirect. Those are all my questions for the moment.
Okay.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, sir. I wonder if ARM would please keep up that slide deck. I have a few questions on it, Mr. Gustafson, and then there's some other matters that I'll probe in a little bit more detail. Would you go to slide 6, please?
I'm sorry, that was slide 6?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Where is Orla located?
Orla would be right underneath the L of Delaware.
And according to the color map, that is an area of WTL that goes into condensate range, correct?
Well, it's over 47, and some folks say it's over 48 for WTL. Some, I think the pipeline spec for Stream 2 is 50 on Epic.
Yeah, you can't blend WTL into WTI if there's no WTI in the area, correct?
You wouldn't want to.
Well, you couldn't blend it so that you'd get the upgrade to a WTI price in the Permian. You can't do it if you don't have any WTI out there to blend with, correct?
I think the point was we talked about how Gray Oak, when blending WTL and WTI together, actually destroyed value. So I wouldn't want to do that anyways.
Let's go to slide 7, please. You also talked a little bit. You also talked a little bit, Mr. Gustafson, about trucking.
Sure.
What kind of truck?
Oh, tank trucks.
Okay, and what volume does a tank truck hold?
We were talking about that earlier. You know, depend, I mean, obviously you've got to, be honest, I can't remember offhand. But you'd have to have, I mean, the point being, most of your gathering is trucks going into the gathering system.
Right. You don't know what a tank truck in the Permian normally would carry?
Offhand, I don't.
Let's assume it's 180 barrels, all right?
Oh, sure.
You got your calculator there?
Yep.
You have a calculator, Mr. Gustafson?
Yep.
To deliver 27,778 barrels a day, how many truckloads would that be?
It would be a lot. If you're using.
Well, let's do the math. Can you do the math for us, sir?
It'd be 150 trucks.
154 trucks, right?
Well, truck runs, right? So maybe I'd run that truck run 4 times.
So, and let's assume that it's not 27. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Let's assume, Mr. Gustafson, that's not 27,778 barrels, but it's 100,000 barrels that need to be accumulated.
Sure.
How many truckloads is that going to be?
It would be, well, what did we just say? Assuming that all of your crude oil that you're putting into the pipeline is via truck, and you just use, what was your 108 was your reference?
It was 180.
Oh, 180.
Yeah, I know you're the expert, but
No,
I think it's 180.
So that was 139 truckloads, so multiply by 4. But if at the same time, if I'm doing 4 or 5 loads a day, yeah, it's 138 truckloads. And anybody who's been sees all those trucks knows that there's a lot of trucking activity out there of moving from slop tanks into the gathering systems or to the long haul pipes.
Sir, 100,000 barrels divided by 180 equals what? Can you do the math?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's 555. And if I have 5 truckloads a day, it's 111 ship trucks.
And let's assume you have to do that every day for 31 days. How many truckloads is that? 555 times 31. Can you give the court an idea of what you're talking about?
Sure, it's like 3,000.
It's 17,000, isn't it, sir?
Oh, I was saying that, truckloads per se. Yeah, I thought you meant trucks, how many trucks were needed.
It's 17,000 truckloads, correct? That's what you're talking about for trucking WTL?
Potential
right?
WTI, WTL, whatever. If my gathering system is not connected to my wells, and I don't have my slop tanks directly connected to a gathering, my crude oil has to get to market, and I'm going to have to use a truck. Correct? Because I just can't produce crude, and at some point in time, my slop tanks and my storage fills up. Right? And if I'm not,
do you know what it?
I might have to get it to market.
Do you know what the cost per mile is to, or the cost per barrel is to ship crude? We'll do it per mile. In the Permian.
I do not know.
You don't know what that cost would be?
Not offhand.
Okay,
But
would you go
I
to?
do know one thing though, is that's why people build gathering systems, to avoid those sorts of costs.
Because they're extensive, right?
Well, I mean, they're a gathering, by definition, a pipeline is going to be the most efficient way of transporting a liquid from A to B. But in the interim, before my gathering system is built out and I add that infrastructure, I'm going to have to get that crude oil to market.
17,000 truckloads, right?
Potentially.
Okay. Would you go to slide 16, please?
Sure.
Mr. Gustafson, did you testify that U.S. refineries are not configured to run WTL?
I don't believe so. I believe their preference is not to run WTL.
Okay, you don't mean to imply that U.S. refiners do not run WTL, correct?
No, what I'm saying here is our refineries are geared to run heavier, nastier crudes. And without a doubt, for instance, Exxon just did a brownfield expansion of 250,000 barrels on the Gulf Coast here to accommodate lighter sweet crudes. So they recognize the value of potentially being able to run those WTLs. But if I have, and lighter, sweeter crude oils. But for the most part, since they're geared to run the nasty ones, the value proposition is to run nasty, heavier crudes and export the WTLs or lighter WTIs to international markets. But there are, I mean, just like in Europe right now, where I'm not running my hydrocrackers or I'm not running my hydrotreaters because natural gas is so expensive, so I'm opting to use, a lighter crude oil than I normally would run. So really, you're going to optimize your slate based on those market conditions. So no, I'm not. Okay.
Isn't it in fact very common for refiners in the United States to run a number of different crude oils?
Oh, absolutely. A lot of crude oils are also oriented towards their ultimate mix or their ultimate product slate. You'll have some crude oils you'll run during certain times of year that may have a heavier distillate bias, and other ones during the summer, springtime, for instance, in the summer driving season will have a better gasoline bias in terms of what that product slate looks like.
So you know that U.S. refiners typically blend or mix crude streams together to achieve a blend that they want, correct?
Sure, just as I was describing earlier that those South Americans will blend their heavy crude oils with WTL to create a grade that is interesting and attractive for a refiner or an end-use market. There's nothing that limits U.S. refiners from doing the same thing. And that's probably a feature of when we looked at those exports from Corpus and we saw that domestic line that I forgot what slide that is, but it's pretty even. It hadn't accelerated. That's the bid for that, right? In fact, I have a client in this, like I was saying, in Alabama right now that acquired a refinery from a super major and takes their crude oil from the Gulf Coast by barge and takes a variety of different crude oils. So I'm not saying it's not possible. Absolutely.
Would you turn now to slide 24, please?
Oh, sure.
You talked here with Mr. Graham about mismatch.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what the base commitment is in the transportation services agreement between these parties?
The volume amount?
Yes.
It's 25,000 a day plus another 2,700, I want to say offhand. I'm trying to, the best of my recollection. So around 27,000 and change barrels a day. Is that correct, sir?
The 27,770.
Yeah.
The 27,778 is the walk-up volume, correct?
That's what I'm paying for firm volumes, yes.
What's 25,000 times 31 days?
775,000 barrels.
Will that fit on an Aframax?
You know what? There's an interesting feature of this that the specific gravity of WTL is lighter than WTI. So for total deadweight tons, if I can get a lighter crude oil, I can actually get a bigger volume on there. So yes, maybe I could get WTL on an Aframax at that volume you're describing, but I'm not sure.
Okay. I have some other questions about some of your slides, but I'll get to them momentarily. Thank you, Mr. Graham. You produced in this case one report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's the one dated November 8th, 2021.
Yes, I believe so.
Before preparing the opinions you have in that report, you did not interview Glencore, did you, sir?
I did not.
Do you know who Guy Freshwater is?
I do not.
I take it then you haven't read Mr. Freshwater's deposition in this case?
I have not.
Before preparing your opinions in this case, you did not interview Epic, correct?
I did not.
Do you know who Mark Burney is?
No.
Have you read Mr. Burney's deposition in this case?
I have not.
Now, as I understand your testimony here today, and maybe I think I'm summarizing it correctly, your opinion is that reselling WTL generally gives the opportunity to realize higher profits than selling WTI. Would that be correct?
It has the potential to yield a higher profit.
And it's also your opinion.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, sir. It has the potential to generate a higher profit. That's why I would transport it and not WTI.
And it's also your opinion. Okay, I apologize. It's also your opinion that shipping on a Suezmax is cheaper per barrel than shipping on an Aframax out of Corpus Christi, correct?
Based on the history that we observed, yes, generally, there will be times where Aframaxes may be cheaper than Suezmaxes. That market could. Freight is interesting because it trades just like a commodity and trades as an individual product. In the period right under COVID, when crude oil, as we all know, in April and May of 2020, crude went negative and massively contango, Suezmaxes actually traded at a premium for a while, as did VLCCs and ULCCs, because people were storing crude oil on the water and selling it forward to lock in that contango, that spread between this almost free price and what people thought crude oil would be in the future. So at that point in time, Suez's, for instance, were more expensive than Aframaxes because they offered that economy of scale to capture the contango or carry spread in the crude oil market.
So I take it, though, that those opinions are sort of the basis for your ultimate opinion that additional long-haul profits were available to ARM by reselling WTL abroad. Is that right?
It is a decision tree as having that option if it is a more viable market to ship on a larger ship or to ship WTL versus WTI. Absolutely. And as a trader, I know that has value because I can sell it to a customer. And it may be a small premium or it may be a large premium. It depends on the market conditions.
So let's talk about the first opinion about reselling WTL relative to WTI. That opinion about reselling WTL abroad generally is that gives the opportunity to realize higher profits than selling WTI, correct?
The opinion is it would generate a profit, and that profit may be more valuable at any moment. It's my option to choose which crude I ship, and if WTL would allow me to achieve a higher profit, then I would ship WTL. Absolutely.
And to support your opinion, and you did this, you showed us your slide 20, where you looked at the difference between WTI and WTL prices in the Permian and in Asia. Is that correct?
Yeah, we looked at WTL delivered into Korea, and South Korea, and we compared those points. And I believe we also looked at WTI from a number of different locations delivered into Singapore.
Now that price difference is referred to as a spread, isn't it?
Yes, generally. And the prices I showed you were the averages for the entire year. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And why are you comparing spreads between different locations?
The spreads I'm looking at there, those are not different locations. I actually added the freight, if you recollect. So all those are comparing delivered barrels to Korea or delivered barrels to Singapore. So it's apples to apples or oranges to oranges. So basically now I can get my crude, I know what it costs, I'm comparing that, and then it's what grade do I want?
Well, isn't the point, sir, of your work there that if the resale location has a smaller spread, you should ship WTL there from the Permian?
I'm sorry, can you explain that?
Yeah, isn't your point that if the resale location somewhere in Asia has a smaller spread than you have in the Permian Basin, you should be shipping WTL there from the Permian instead of WTI?
You mean the relationship to WTI? We're talking about the spread of WTI to WTL? Or are we talking about the total profit that I can achieve from procuring WTL in Midland, shipping it for $1.35, putting it on my terminal and putting on a ship, and then selling it to the market? So it's my cost plus those transportation pieces towards that delivered price, comparing that for WTI and doing the same thing for WTI.
Yeah, it's
basically to maximize as a trader or I'm going to maximize my profit. Absolutely.
And so for example, if the Asia has a smaller spread between WTI and WTL than Midland does, you'd ship WTL. You'd opt for WTL.
Maybe I'd have to find out if I procured my WTL at what price did I buy my WTL for in relationship to WTI as its cost, as its basis.
Okay, but that's what your chart on slide 20 shows, correct, sir?
Sure, and their average prices, and as we were talking about before, prices are dynamic. They vary month by month. But we're just using those examples that basically those prices are similar enough that they could be substitutes. And and we discussed too, the price isn't always a driver as well. We talked about energy security. We talked about supply chains. We talk about rule of law. We talk about a lot of the interesting aspects of like why I might decide to have Glencore be my provider of, or another party, Shell or whoever else exports crude oil from Corpus Christi and sells WTL to me in lieu of something or something.
If I'm looking at your slide 20,
sure,
you're comparing spreads at different points in Asia with spreads in the Permian, right?
Can you show me that? 20. Sorry, I don't have the slide in front of me, so I think so. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right slide that we're comparing.
Slide 20.
Yeah, those are delivered. Yeah, those aren't spreads. Those are delivered prices to Korea. So it's that Belita, for instance, which is an Indonesian crude. It's that price plus the freight to get it to Korea. So it's apples to apples in comparisons.
Right. And you've modified your opinion some between the time of your report. You modified your opinion between your report and your deposition about capturing about reselling the WTL at the same price as WTI, didn't you?
I don't believe so.
Well, in your report, you told us, didn't you, that WTL can be purchased in the Permian Basin at a discount relative to WTI and then sold at an amount equivalent to WTI at the Gulf Coast or abroad. Do you recall that?
I think what we looked at at the time for the period we measured, WTL for the most part was trading at a discount. But ultimately, the value you're going to have is not between necessarily the spread between WTI and WTL. It's ultimately how much can I sell the end product for. I might even pay, right. WTL might actually go to a premium over WTI Midland at some point in time, because as a substitute for some of these other crude oils, which have maybe challenged in terms of their delivery, there might be quite demand for it. So WTL could be more expensive than WTI in Midland, and ultimately I could still make more money, have a better profit by selling to customers who are demanding lighter crudes.
You recall what you told us in your deposition about the difference between WTI and WTL, the spread, as one moves downstream from the Permian? Recall what you told us there?
Why don't you, can you tell me what you think I said? Or from my
Well,
deposition?
do you recall telling us that it didn't necessarily go to zero?
What do you mean that the spread? What I would probably be saying is it had not gone to zero historically. I had not observed that.
But here in bullet point 2, you say that can fetch pricing comparable to WTI abroad. By that, do you mean the same?
What I mean, in that bullet point, really, when I say, that may be a wording error. I would say not pricing comparable to WTI. I would say profits to WTI abroad.
Let's start with the difference in price or spread between WTI and WTL in the Permian. You recall that you had a figure 2 in your expert report? And you can take this down, please, Mr. Graham. And I believe we're going to share the screen now.
Okay, great. Yeah, these are historical prices.
Right. Figure 2 in your report shows the Midland WTL spread or discount relative to WTI in 2019 of $1.01. You see that WTL discount on the next to last row? That's what you showed. You showed, yep. Then it falls to about 41 cents in 2021, correct?
Yes.
And by the discount, you mean that WTL sells for less than WTI in the Permian, or in this case, in Midland, correct?
Yes. On these, it's for those averages, yes, sir.
Yeah, and this is based on actual published prices for both WTI and WTL bought and sold at Midland. It's reported by Argus, correct?
Yes.
You don't have WTL price data for any other location, do you?
WTL is, at least when I did my report, I don't believe so now, WTL is just priced in the Permian by Argus.
You don't have it, for example, in Houston or in Corpus Christi, do you?
I do not.
You don't have it in any foreign location, correct?
No, I don't have, but I also don't have WTI in Corpus Christi.
Now, if we go to your figure 1 from your report, this is figure 1 from your report, and I'm just looking at the proxy crudes that you identified for us during your deposition. For WTL, it's Belita, Sinapa, and Sakhalin. And for WTI, it's Sutuden and Tapas Malay. Do you see that? You recall this from your report?
And I want to make a reference that we identified that typo and somehow it sustained itself. That Sakhalin blend 45.5 shouldn't be Singapore. That should be Yasso as well. So I apologize for that.
Right.
I know it's
and so you show
our presentation today.
So you show prices here of what you regard as comparable crudes for WTL and WTI in Asia. Is that right?
Yes, we've had similar APIs and similar sulfurs. They're not identical. They have different features, but they're comparable.
Yeah, you think they're good substitutes for WTL or WTI in Asian refineries, correct?
Depending on what the WT, when I'm referencing the WTL ones, yes, and WTI ones, yes. And this was, yes.
And for the WTL, as we see here, your comparables are Belinda from Indonesia, Sinapa from Indonesia, and Sakhalin from Russia, right?
Right.
And for WTI, your comparables are Sutuden from Vietnam and Tapas from Indonesia. Is that also correct?
From Malaysia, correct.
Now, you show the individual crude values, but you don't do an average for these crudes, do you?
Yes, I did. I did an average of the crudes plus the freight to be delivered to those points.
No, my question is, you didn't average these three. I'm getting some feedback on the microphone. Someone on the call maybe. It looks like it's 713 and the last three digits are 366. Okay. But so you have these individual crude values, but you don't show an average, say, for all the WTL substitutes, do you, or proxies?
No, these are example proxies, and I thought people seeing actual specific grades would be more explanatory than averaging a bunch of crudes together. That
Right.
Yeah.
And nor do you do an average for the WTI, for the two proxy WTI crudes that you have there by year, correct?
You mean mix them together? The Vietnamese with the Malaysian tapas? And then have some sort of weighted average?
Well, I'm not sure how you're going to do. We don't have the data here to do a weighted average, but you could add them together and divide by 2 on a WTI, or add them together and divide by 3 on the WTL, right?
I guess I would do that if I was sourcing the crudes by that. For instance, if I was sourcing Belinda and Senapa and Sakhalin as a third, and that's what I was putting in my refinery, and I wanted to compare it that way, I would. But typically,
Well, I've done that. I've done that.
I know
go ahead.
These are this is not simply a pump over of, okay, I can have, 25,000 barrels of this today and 25,000 barrels of that today, and we'll make this cocktail blend. You're going to have full ships delivering this thing. This is Asia.
Yeah, well, Mr. Gustafson, I've done that. I've put together a table that takes your comparable crude values from figure 1 in your report and simply averages their prices, so you have a WTL comparable average and a WTI comparable average.
Okay.
That's the blue box on the right. Do you see that? Just straight across for 2019. Add them together, divide by 3, and that's what you get.
Sorry about that. I had to
Same
move
thing.
the face bar with all the other actors on this court. It was over those prices. Okay.
All right, and I've done the same thing with WTI. Comes up with the average for those comparables, right? Okay, so I've done that, and then down below there, I've shown what the difference is between the average WTI and WTL substitute crudes are from your figure 1. Do you see that at the bottom? So we see that the WTI WTL spread for 2019 is $4.91, for 2020 $3.55, and for 2021 $1.02. You see that?
Sure.
That's not in your report, is it, sir?
No, because no one would economically behave that way. So I would not have that in my report. I would not average. I would not average all those different points. I would be sourcing my crude oil from the cheapest location at any time.
We're trying to look at I guess we're trying to look here at just Asia by doing this.
I agree, but why would no economic actor would do that? They would choose to, for instance, in 2019, I would be looking at, if I was sourcing Senapa, what is it cheaper to do that or not? Is it, if I'm sourcing Sakhalin, maybe all the Senapa has already been taken. There isn't any extra barrels available. Maybe, and I'm sourcing Sakhalin, I might go ahead and take WTL in that case.
Mr. Gustafson, I want to show you one more table.
Economic actor, that's the way I think. I wouldn't have, I do think it's interesting that you've averaged them together. I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't consider it economic.
I want to show you one more table, okay?
Sure.
in this table, I compare the Permian WTI, WTL spread using actual WTI and WTL prices from your figure 2.
Uh-huh.
Those are the numbers in column 1, Midland actual. Do you see that? And in the next column, column 2, I show the WTI, WTL spread calculated from Asia WTI and WTL comparable crudes that you presented in your figure 1 and that we just looked at. Do you see that?
Okay.
Now on direct, didn't you testify that the WTI, WTL spread was actually narrower than it is in the Permian?
It could be if it was in more demand.
Okay, well, let's look here. Because if the WTI, WTL spread in Asia is narrower than it is in the Permian, that would probably mean that a marketer such as ARM or Glencore would have higher profits buying WTL in the Permian and reselling it in Asia rather than WTI, wouldn't it?
Potentially. Can I ask you a question? On your Gustafson comparables, when you came up with his prices, is that your averaging again? Or was that the delivered reference I had for WTI or WTL? I'm not sure what your number
That is based on your data, Mr. Gustafson, that we just looked at.
Okay, sir. I'm just trying to answer that question. Gustafson, so this is with
Right.
the comparables then. Okay.
Yeah, but if the opposite were true, if the WTI, WTL spread in Asia was actually larger than it was in the Permian, that would no longer be the case. It wouldn't be more profitable to sell WTL, would it?
Can you ask that question again? I want to understand it better, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if the opposite were true, if the WTI, WTL spread in Asia was actually larger than it was in the Permian, that would no longer be the case, that it's more profitable to sell WTL, correct?
So when you say it's the spread, so you're saying that WTL is more valuable than WTI in Asia? I want to understand both legs of the trade.
Yeah, so the spread is narrower. I'm sorry, the spread is larger in Asia than it is in the Permian.
So you're saying that effectively the delivered to Asia WTL price is higher than the delivered to Asia WTI price, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. I'm saying the margin between the two, between WTI and WTL, is if that margin or spread is larger in Asia than it is in the Permian,
Yes.
then it is not, the way you've done your analysis, it is not more profitable to sell WTI in Asia, is it?
It might not be at one moment. If WTL has a wider spread and it means it has a higher value, then I'm going to ship WTL. I think I agree with you in that sense. That isn't
Right.
that the point
But
that this is option that at month to month, I'm going to look at the values and the spreads and look at the substitutes and make that decision on whether because at some point WTI could be more valuable where I can buy it and ship it to Asia versus WTL. And I'm going to make those decisions each period based on my contract. That I have flexibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
But based on the data, you've given us, I'm sorry, were you through, sir?
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I'm looking intrinsically. What we're doing is we're looking at it as a month by month or day by day period, and I use the averages just to be for the reader and to be explicit and really to show the differences between the different crude types and how they varied in value and how they may in different periods have a substitute value from year to year and crude to crude. That was the goal of that chart.
Okay, but let's look at this chart. When we compare columns 1, the spread in Midland, with the spread in column 2, the spread from your proxies in Asia.
Seriously,
The spread was not narrower in Asia
You all,
than the spread in the Permian, correct?
this is Judge Hoffman.
Sure.
This is Judge Hoffman. Are you guys almost finished with this witness or?
No, sir.
Okay.
On this topic, Your Honor, I probably have about just a few more minutes
All right, we'll go ahead and take our.
on this topic. Thank you, sir. But when you compare this, when you compare these, the spread in Asia using your data. Oh, I'm sorry.
We're taking our afternoon break, guys.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
I have no idea what he did here.
Okay, guys, let's get going on this. So
Thank you, Your Honor. May we proceed?
Sure.
Mr. Gustafson, your opinion on direct was that ARM's inability to ship WTL was a significant detriment to ARM, correct?
Yes.
But other than this chart that we've been looking at, you don't provide any other empirical analysis to support your opinion concerning that, correct?
No, sir, I don't understand this chart. If you could please provide me the underlying documentation, I'll review it as a spreadsheet. But I'm not quite sure what, I know there's been a lot of averaging and a lot of calculations done. So I can't really opine on this chart you have right here.
Yeah, I know. Did you hear my question, Mr. Gustafson? It was other than this chart, and you know, we're happy to give you the whatever information. It's your data. We're just doing averages of it. But other than this analysis that we've been talking about, you don't have any other empirical analysis to support your opinion regarding the detriment you say ARM suffered, do you?
My job was to determine whether there were markets for WTL and WTI as an export market on different size ships. And without a doubt, WTL is being exported out of the Port of Corpus Christi to a whole variety of customers, which we noted based on substitute pricing and through news articles and anecdotes of traders and sellers of crude oil of WTL to different clients. So I don't really know what you're saying.
Well,
That's my report.
let me go.
That light sweet crude oil.
And I'll be honest too, I don't understand what you're saying either. So whatever you're trying to do here is not clear to me either.
Well, Your Honor, the testimony is that it was that ARM suffered a significant detriment by not being able to sell WTL in Asia. And Mr. Gustafson's own analysis doesn't support that. That's a simple point.
Okay.
I
don't understand how this chart supports your argument. That's not my only point, but.
Because Your Honor, because it shows that the actual spread in Asia was larger than the spread in the Permian.
I understand that. I don't think this chart supports that argument, but you can keep going on this, but I'm just telling you, I don't find it persuasive, but I don't fully understand where you're going with it, but you can keep going on this chart if you'd like.
No, I'm actually almost done with it. Well, Mr. Gustafson, you never looked at what Glencore actually did to sell crude during that year, did you?
No, I did not.
And if selling WTL was central to ARM's business model, don't you think there'd be documents showing the significant profits that ARM expected to earn from it?
Yeah, I don't have an opinion on that. I know that
you never asked.
I know that they were incapable of shipping WTL because Medallion Epic wouldn't accept barrels and there was none shipped. So I don't know.
Before they entered into the contract, I'm asking about before they entered into the contract or right after they entered into the contracts. Wouldn't you expect there to be documents showing the significant profits that ARM expected to earn?
No, I didn't review any potential profit documentation. No, I didn't, sir.
And you never even asked for any analysis like that from ARM, did you?
No, I did my analysis independently, sir.
And you never even interviewed ARM about its expectations, correct?
No, I did not. About ARM Glencore. No, I did not.
Let's turn to your testimony that it's cheaper per barrel to ship with a Suezmax than with an Aframax out of Corpus Christi. Let me first ask, what size Supermax will load no more than 1 million barrels?
Supermax? or Suezmax, did you mean?
I'm sorry, Suez. I'll start over. Thank you. What size Suezmax will load no more than 1 million barrels?
What size Supermax will load? Load up to 1 million barrels or less? I'm sorry, what's your question? You mean
What size?
You mean like how many did?
What size Suezmax will load no more than 1 million barrels?
What size? Will load up to 1 million barrels? Is that what you're asking?
Or no more than 1 million barrels?
And he's asked you a question. You need to answer that precise question. If you can't answer it, then you need to ask him to rephrase it, but he's asking.
No, I'm sorry, please rephrase it. I'm a little confused with the double negative. That was what got me a little bit.
Well, do you know how many thousand deadweight tons the Suezmax would have to be in order to load up to, but not more than 1 million barrels?
Sure, we saw, if you look at the literature, we saw right around the 950 to 960 range, we saw 160,000 deadweight tons, especially if you were loading a WTL cargo, in which case you had a lower specific gravity and a higher API, and you pick up that barrel uplift against volume, you could do that. That would be my opinion.
What would
be on the fly? I'd have to do the math.
What was the average volume loaded on 145,000 deadweight ton Suezmaxes? Do you know?
I do not know offhand. Do you know what that information is?
In your reaching your opinion about it being cheaper per barrel to ship with a Suezmax and with an Aframax from Corpus Christi, did you investigate the size vessels the Port of Corpus Christi authorizes to enter the Corpus Christi ship channel to load?
So we reviewed all of the upliftings for all of the Inner Harbor and Ingleside and saw Suezmax and Aframax and all ship sizes that loaded during that period.
Well, I'll get to that, but that wasn't quite my question. Would you agree, sir, that it's the Port of Corpus Christi that makes the decision about what size vessels get to enter the Corpus Christi ship channel to load?
Sure, we saw Suezmax, absolutely, and they're guiding all the other terminals within the Inner Harbor, which loaded Suezmaxes, so I would agree with that.
It's the terminal, it's not the terminal owner that makes that decision, is it?
I don't know, what is the terminal capable of handling? How is it configured?
Is it?
I mean, are you talking about the ability of the Inner Harbor, that channel to allow a Suezmax to enter it and go all the way up to the most upstream terminal, and whether it can turn around and come back after loading?
Who makes the decision?
Well, obviously there's coordination between all stakeholders involved, including the harbor master.
It's not Medallion, is it?
Medallion has to have the capability of doing it, right? And if they have a contract that says, I can load Suezmaxes, I don't know, there's kind of a conflict there, I guess.
Isn't it your testimony, sir, that it's the Port of Corpus Christi that's going to say whether you can or you can't?
They will tell you, yes, whether a ship can enter the harbor and whether it can load. And yes, and to your point, Suezmax is loaded at all terminals except for Epics.
Did you investigate whether under its rules, the Port of Corpus Christi would authorize a Suezmax vessel to enter the Inner Harbor where Epic is located and load 1 million barrels?
I know that they're right adjacent to the Eagleford terminal, and they were able to load Suezmaxes to volumes in excess of an Aframax. I don't know about anyone who, a million barrels. A million barrels is kind of pejorative, right? Because you're going to also have water and fuel on board, and it's a feature of the deadweight tons of the vessel. So a million barrels, it's what we use as but it's clearly, it can load materially by volume more barrels than a Aframax. I was,
But did you know, sir, that the Corpus Christi ship channel is 47 feet deep?
Yeah, it's on my slide.
And do you know that the maximum draft that the port allows in the ship channel is 45 feet?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And I take it you didn't, from your prior answers, you don't know about Mr. Burney's testimony that because of the draft of the ship channel, the maximum deadweight ton for a vessel at the Epic terminal is 115 to 120,000 deadweight tons.
Are you saying are you talking about the ship channel or the berth?
Now I'm talking about at the Epic terminal.
Okay, so you're telling me that their terminal, unlike all the other terminals, which could accept larger deadweight tons than that metric and loaded Suezmaxes, were able to navigate the ship channel and load a Suezmax but you couldn't do that at this terminal because it was not logistically possible because the work had not been done. I don't understand why it would be like that.
Well, do you understand that 115 to 120,000 deadweight vessel is an Aframax?
Yes.
Do you understand that? And do you know that 115 to 120,000 deadweight ton vessel cannot load 1 million barrels of crude?
Well, can you repeat your question?
Do you know that 115 to 120,000 deadweight ton vessel cannot load 1 million barrels of crude?
I know that based on those crude specific gravities, you probably could not get that many barrels on an Aframax. Yes, I would agree with that.
Did you read that? I take it you also didn't read the testimony from Glencore's Mr. Freshwater that there is no inner harbor location where a Suezmax could be fully loaded to 1 million barrels?
No, I did not.
Okay, and I take it you also didn't see Mr. Burney's testimony in this case that a fully loaded Suezmax, 1 million barrels, would have dragged bottom on the ship channel?
No, I didn't see that. That would be bad for the ship.
And all your discussion about Suezmax doesn't say a word about what volume is actually loaded, does it?
What? Where in the report?
Today, when you've been putting up your slides about Suezmaxes, not a one of them says anything about loading 1 million barrels on it, does it?
Can a Suezmax load more barrels than a Aframax?
No, sir. You've talked about Suezmax vessels being present in the Corpus Christi ship channel, correct? But do you have any evidence, sir, that a Suezmax vessel in the Corpus Christi ship channel, the inner harbor, could be fully loaded with 1 million barrels?
No, but we do know that it was capable of loading volumetrically far more barrels than it could go on an Aframax. And they were loaded that way at every terminal except for Epic.
But the question was 1 million barrels, sir.
I'm talking about 860,000 barrels or more, all the way through our contractual obligation of what we had to ship each month. So any of those vessels of a Suezmax, even if it wasn't 1 million barrels, could easily clear the pipeline volumes that I'm shipping on my take or pay contract.
Your testimony, as I understand it, is that shipping on a Suezmax versus an Aframax out of the inner harbor of Corpus Christi was a valuable right, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to support your opinion, you presented comparisons of costs for shipping crude oil to Europe and the Mediterranean on an Aframax and Suezmax tankers, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I did, sir.
That's in figure 4 of your report. We've seen it here today, right?
I believe so. Yep.
Would you pull that up, please? We're going to share the screen here. Here is your figure 4, sir. And I'll tell you, I put a little bit of explanatory information in there, really for my help, so I know where the numbers come from. But we dug into your work papers and to figure out how you went from tanker freight, dollar per metric ton, down to dollars per barrel. And you see how that works?
Uh-huh.
And you've testified here today that a Suezmax was cheaper than an Aframax on a dollar per barrel basis, correct?
Yes.
But you say your data show?
Yes.
And you've assumed in your work papers, haven't you, sir, that a Suezmax would carry 1.1 million barrels?
Yes. In this example I did. Did you also look at column, it would be column B, on what volume I used on the Aframax?
But for the Suezmax, you're assuming that it would carry 1.1 million barrels.
Sure, I used that
right?
from the correct.
Yeah, the vessel you assumed
500,000 barrels on the 70 deadweight tons on the Afra.
the vessel you assumed for the Suezmax is larger than even the million-barrel vessel ARM claims it would be allowed under the contract, correct?
In the math calculation, but I also used a smaller vessel on the Afra.
Right. For the sake of argument, let's start with your assumption that the terminal services agreement permitted loading 1.1 million barrels, just like you have it, right? But if you used 1 million barrels instead of 1.1 million barrels, what would happen to your Suezmax costs on a dollar per barrel basis?
It would go
You
up.
know?
It would go up.
They go up by 10%, wouldn't they, sir?
Sure.
And the difference between the Aframax and Suezmax rate to Europe and the Mediterranean would narrow, wouldn't it?
It would.
Do you know that it would actually disappear during the contract performance period? Do you know that?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
No, can you also look at, look at the math on the Aframax cell?
I will, sir. Trust me, I will. And frankly, you actually used 750 on an Aframax, not 500.
Oh, so it got it better.
Do you recall that?
Yeah, I'm thinking that right now.
And the difference, do you know, sir, that the difference between an Aframax and a Suezmax would actually disappear during the contract performance period on those assumptions? Do you know that?
No, I do not.
Assume you could only load 875,000 barrels on a Suezmax. In that case, the Suezmax cost would rise by about 25% per barrel, wouldn't it?
Potentially.
Let me show you what would happen to your analysis here if you corrected it to show the increase in costs from shipping 875,000 barrels instead of 1.1 million barrels. You see the freight cost per barrel at the bottom? And specifically, sir, do you see that the dollar per barrel cost is actually less on an Aframax than a Suezmax?
Yes, because I used this is a very conservative case for the Aframax.
It's the one you gave us,
I
sir.
didn't use 110,000 deadweight tons for the 750. I used 70,000 deadweight tons. This was a very conservative estimate on that.
And the reason the dollar per barrel cost is actually less on an Aframax than a Suezmax is because you have to spread the Suezmax charter over fewer barrels, correct?
No, it's over more, yeah, it's over more barrels and it's under less tons. So cost is tons times dollars per ton. And in the Aframax example, you're dividing it by 750.
If you wanted to get 1.1 million barrels on the Suezmax, you'd have to take it outside the port of Corpus Christi and reverse lighter it using a smaller vessel to get the 225,000 additional barrels you need, right?
225 or 150, something like that, maybe.
225. We're working off 850.
Sure.
And that would cost extra.
What I'm getting at is the linear relationship between the two pretty much holds, and it's a very conservative case and example. When you compare the Aframax to the volume in the deadweight tons towards the volume, the proposed volume for the Suezmax and the deadweight tons, those relationships hold.
If you had to go out and reverse lighter,
If you just change one and not the other side, then by definition, you're going to be off.
if you had to go outside and the port and reverse lighter, in other words, fill up the balance of the Suezmax, that would cost extra, wouldn't it?
Yes, but that's not what this represents.
But your analysis, in any event, doesn't include those additional costs, does it?
That does not include a lightering, a reverse lightering, no. But it also has
And you
70
know,
deadweight tons for the AFRA, which if you're saying it's normally 115, then your cost on your AFRA to put down 750 would go up commensurately as well. So 70 times 115 divided, that would be 64% increase in the cost of the AFRA to do that.
you know that reverse lightering from an Aframax to a very large crude container is a common method of shipping crude to Asia, don't you, sir?
It's typically done on VLCCs.
Yeah, but you have not compared you haven't compared the cost of reverse lightering from an Aframax to a VLCC with the cost of Suezmax transportation to Asia, did you?
No, I did not. I did not do that.
Do you know
But I did
that
show.
Glencore?
Sorry, sir. I did, in fact, though, if you look at this on column 4, you can see that I did show the Suez was more expensive than a VLCC in that transport rate. So I think there was, it did reflect that.
Do you know that Glencore actually took cargoes that it loaded on Aframax vessels at Epic and exported them to Mexico, Colombia, and the Caribbean?
Those sound like excellent potential destinations. I was not aware of that.
Well, let me show you a chart from a table from Mr. Pulliam's report. Do you see the destinations? St. Croix, Germany, Mexico, Colombia? Actual transportation. St. Croix, Mexico, and Colombia would be regarded as short hauls, wouldn't they?
Which ones did you say that?
St. Croix, Mexico, and Colombia would be regarded as short hauls from Corpus Christi, wouldn't they?
Sure. There would be there.
It's not like, yeah, it's not like Europe where it takes a couple weeks, would it?
They're shorter distances. Yes, sir.
You didn't look at how exporting to closer markets on an Aframax vessel compares to exporting to, say, Europe on a Suezmax vessel, did you?
I never said that exporting on an Aframax could not actually have a higher economic result in any one month. the point of the exercise was that shipping on a Suezmax or an Aframax offered me economic optionality that I did not have because Epic did not offer the Suezmax. It just had me seeing.
Well, let me go back. My question, it would be a lot cheaper to export to Mexico than to Europe, wouldn't it?
If Mexico was willing to pay a higher delivered price versus a lower freight cost of moving it from Corpus Christi, as any trader, I may opt to do that, but that depends on the transaction at any moment.
You didn't do any analysis of how profits from exporting WTI to Mexico or Colombia or St. Croix for WTI on an Aframax would compare to profits from exporting to Europe on a Suezmax, did you?
I did not do any analysis on that. WTI is exported every single day from Corpus Christi to various international destinations. And I would imagine the only reason anyone exports WTI is it could be profitable.
If ARM had the right to transport WTL and it had the right to load 1 million barrels at Corpus Christi on a Suezmax, and having that right was really as important to you as you seem to say, doesn't common sense tell you that there'd have been multiple emails or letters from ARM to Medallion complaining about it before October 2020, 6 months after performance started in April?
I have no opinion on that. I didn't review any of that material.
Well, have you seen any such documents before the October 5 letter?
No, that's out of the scope of my analysis.
Did you know that Glencore's Mr. Freshwater did not recall ever complaining about the issues before the October 5 letter?
No. No, I'm not aware of it because it wasn't part of the scope of my analysis.
Yeah, well, isn't that also sort of odd for something you claim was so important to ARM?
I know we could substitute ARM with Shell, Chevron, or Ken Gustafson's oil company. I know that these options would be highly valuable, and the ability to have that optionality as a choice is something I would want.
Thank you, Mr. Gustafson. I'll pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Nothing further from us. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gustafson, you are excused. Call your next witness.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, if we'll be finishing at 5 today, it may make sense to do the video clip now.
We're finishing late today.
Okay, in that case, we'll call our next witness. Plaintiff's call Alan Jacobs.
All right, Mr. Jacobs. Is Mr. Jacobs here?
He is, yes. Oh,
Can you hear me?
So Jacobs, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Your Honor, I apologize. We have an associate who will be questioning Mr. Jacobs, and she'll be here any second. Okay. And Your Honor, Mr. Graham was not going to say so, but that was his first examination, so we're proud of him over here.
Good job. I swore him in, and he got to do his first examination at trial. That's great.
Yes, a lot of firsts.
All right. Who's someone coming to ask this gentleman questions?
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Riek is signing in right now.
Who is crossing on this, Mr. Patterson?
I will, Your Honor.
We cannot hear you.
There you go. How about now?
That's much better.
Great. Apologies for that. Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the court?
Ma'am, if you could go ahead and put your name and state your name for the record so that the court reporter will have it. All right.
Okay, we should be all set now. Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the court?
I'm Alan Jacobs.
And where do you live, Dr. Jacobs?
I'm a longtime resident of Dallas.
And how long have you lived there?
Maybe almost 30 years.
And do you have any children?
I do. I have 4, 1 adopted, 3 of my own, all 4 my children.
And have you been retained as a testifying damages expert on behalf of plaintiff Arm Energy Management?
Yes, I have.
Now, Dr. Jacobs, I'd like to first ask you some questions about your qualifications. Where did you receive your bachelor's degree?
From Duke
And what was your degree in?
University,
And what was your degree in?
economics and public policy studies.
And do you have any other degrees?
I have a PhD in economics from MIT.
And you were a National Science Foundation fellow at MIT, is that right?
That's right. And I was an Andrew Bitter Duke scholar at Duke.
And have you taught any courses in economics?
I have. I've taught at the graduate level, industrial organization, regulatory economics, econometrics, energy industries and markets, corporate finance, courses like that.
And what is your current job title, Dr. Jacobs?
Managing director at Berkeley Research Group.
And what is Berkeley Research Group exactly?
It's a consulting firm with experts in finance and economics.
And roughly how many cases have you testified as an expert?
Some kind of testimony, maybe, well, over 50 times, maybe 60.
And in what type of cases have you testified?
I've testified in antitrust cases, contract cases, intellectual property dispute cases, quite a few cases on disputes over mergers and acquisitions, and a variety of cases.
And would you say you have any particular focus within the field of economics?
I've done a lot of work in a lot of areas of economics. I'd say microeconomics, industrial organization, regulatory economics, but I've done and finance, and I've done a great deal of work in energy markets.
Okay, and you also have experience advising government officials on economics in the energy sector. Will you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'm currently pro bono consulting to a group in Ukraine about their post-war energy work. I've done consulted to the Secretary of Energy, CIA, the Texas governor on natural gas, and I think some others, but I forget.
Okay, and Dr. Jacobs, can you tell us about your other consulting experience in economics?
I've done a variety of management and strategy consulting in this area, and in the energy area. I've done a lot of consulting to companies and investment groups in this.
Okay, and what about your experience in crude trading markets?
I've done a lot of work in crude oil trading and I've consulted to NYMEX, to a very large energy trader, testified in some very large disputes involving oil prices and crude oil trading. And a lot of my advice to the Secretary of Energy was on world oil markets. I've been a fellow at the MIT Center for Energy and Environmental Policy, and worked on their world oil project for a number of years.
And do you have any notable activities in the economics profession?
Well, I was an editor at the Energy Journal. I've been a referee for a number of academic journals on a variety of topics, including articles on energy economics.
And do you belong to any associations related to your work?
I'm not sure where you're going. I'm not sure what the answer to that is. Long-term associations. Sorry.
Right. I think you formally had mentioned to me that you belong to the, or have belonged to the American Finance Association.
Oh, yeah, the professional associations, American Economic Association, American Finance Association, Association of Energy Economists. I've been involved in a number of think tanks and things like that for a number of years.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to Texas Rule of Evidence 702, I'd like to tender Dr. Alan Jacobs as a qualified expert witness in the field of economics.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Jacobs, you've prepared a set of slides to assist us in explaining your conclusions to this court. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have an understanding of ARM's claims in this lawsuit? And what is your understanding?
My understanding is that Medallion, ARM claims that Medallion breached the obligation to ship multiple grades, either WTI or WTL. And that second claim that Medallion breached the obligation to load a vessel up to the size of a 1 million barrel vessel.
Okay. And are you opining today on whether ARM was actually entitled to those damages?
No, I'm not making any claims on legal issues or liability.
Now, can you tell the court what your assignment was in this matter?
Well, number one, to explain the economics of ARM's business and the value of optionality in energy contracts. And number two, to determine damages ARM sustained under the assumption of liability.
And we'll walk through your conclusions in more detail as we get further into your presentation, but could you please give the court just a brief summary of both of your conclusions in this matter?
There's a significant material difference between the value of the options that ARM alleges it bargained for and the options that ARM actually received. And looking only at the amount ARM is out of pocket and not taking any account of what it expected out of the contract or may have lost in profits, ARM was damaged in excess of $47 million.
Thank you. And Dr. Jacobs, could you briefly summarize the economic significance of the bargained for arrangement and what is so significant about it?
Yeah, there are a couple of points. Number one, you have to understand the economic context for the business. The economic context for the business and securing the contract was to exploit the relatively new export market in crude oil, something unimaginable 20 years ago, and also the growth in Permian Basin oil production.
And what was the second thing of significance with the bargain for exchange?
Well, the West Texas Light is available at a discount domestically, and there are often better market opportunities abroad. And so the opportunity to not just take WTI to the world market, but the growing availability of WTL coming from the Permian Basin was an opportunity.
Thank you. And what else is significant with the bargain for arrangement?
Well, the Suezmax offers economic advantages over the next largest vessel. We heard from Mr. Gustafson. It carries more. There are more barrels per advantageous trade. If you can, if you make a good deal, then you have maybe 1 million barrels versus 700,000 barrels, and that's more profit. There are economies of scale. There's a lower price per barrel for shipping on Suezmax over Aframax, and it's faster. So you have less inventory tied up on water. That equals savings, and you can hit market opportunities faster.
Great. And what is the fourth thing of significance with the bargain for arrangement?
Well, the other key part of their economics was that the profit derives from flexibility and optionality. You see, there's not just one world crude oil price that moves up and down. There's really, at any one time, there's a range of oil prices by location, terms, grade, oil characteristics, the form, accessibility, temperature, who knows what, and there are a wide variety of prices. So furthermore, there is a volatility in the prices and spreads for crude prices and for shipping prices. So the economics and the best supply pattern can change in a month, can change unpredictably, and the profit really derives from the flexibility and the value of all that optionality.
Great. And Dr. Jacobs, what does it mean when one says options and optionality have value?
Well, it's a fundamental economic insight that options have value. That's one of the fundamentals of economics. And financial options are what people are often very familiar with. Options on a stock. Their financial options are options that are traded. They have a price. The actual option has a price. It's a security. Real options are referred to options and choices that businesses have, that they can change what they're doing based on how events are turning out. And those are called real options because they often refer to options on tangible assets. And the key about this in business forecasting, valuation, et cetera, is that human beings, and this is well documented, and I used to do exercises in my classes on this, is that business planners, forecasters, analysts, accountants, economists, and I'll say MBA students and graduate students underestimate the range and the spread and the volatility of possible outcomes. This is just something that we all do. So you have to understand that, even a business where the forecast revenue and costs don't show much value may have value so long as there are options. And if I can, I'll just one quick example. If you buy an oil field or buy the rights to an oil field or get it somehow, and the particular economics of that oil field, just use a hypothetical example. It's got the oil, let's say it's 1 million barrels that can be produced, and it costs $100 to produce a barrel of oil from that field. I know that sounds like a lot, but if it does, then your costs are going to be $100 million. Now, if the price of oil that you can get is currently $100, it's forecast to be $100, the futures price is $100. Then on the surface, it seems, where's the value? There's no value. $100 revenue, $100 cost. How could this be valuable? Well, it's valuable because that $100 price in the future, which may be a good forecast, is really going to turn out to be maybe an equal chance of 150 or 50. So let's say it's 50-50 on those two options. If the price turns out to be 50, you don't produce. You don't have any cost. You don't have any revenue. You get zero out of it. If the price turns out to be 150, then you produce and you make $50 a barrel, $50 million. So instead of an apparent lack of value, you've got something which is a 50% chance of making 50 million, a 50% chance of making zero. And so we call that an expected value of 25 million, but you can see that that has value. So the other characteristic of these of options, of these real options, is that the more volatility, the higher the value of options. So if there's not a lot of volatility in the prices and the other factors that go into whether you make money or don't, then options don't have all that much value. So here in this case, if you've got the option to ship WTI or WTL to Europe or to China, there are likely to be months when WTI to Europe is your best deal, WTI to China is your best deal. Other months when WTL to Europe might be the best deal, or WTL to China is the best deal, or to Latin America and many other locations, many other options are possibly the best deal as well.
Thanks, Dr. Jacobs. And could you please illustrate how this concept plays out in arms business?
Yeah, you can just, you can actually see in if you go to the next slide. Just a little bit on the context again, I said it verbally, but you can actually see it, that Permian Basin oil production has increased pretty steadily, except for the COVID crash. It has been increasing. And you can see that US exports of crude oil, something I would not have imagined. I did my undergraduate thesis on the US crude oil market and my graduate thesis on refined product markets and trade. And I just, this back then, this could not have been imagined. But here we are exporting crude oil. And you can see that, again, the dip in the crazy economic characteristics when COVID hit. So this is the general market phenomenon. Now you can continue on.
I did have one more question on that last slide, if we could go back.
Sure.
I see that there's a drop down around that period of COVID, but then these lines start shooting back up. Can you explain why that is?
Well, you've got two things going on. You've got we're gradually getting out of the COVID market situation at that time that happened like a crash. And then the other is that by the time you get to 2022, you've got the disappearance of Russian oil from Europe. And so there's a big reduction in Russian oil due to the sanctions in 2022. And also the sanctions are beginning to bite on their equipment and sources, and they don't have Western technicians there. So even their production and handling is beginning to be affected as well. So that there is a increase in the demand for crude in Europe, particularly, but elsewhere as well, from all places. And Permian Basin is a good source, and US is a good source for crude. So it's kind of a bit of a boom market in US exporting crude that is actually emerging quite recently, actually.
Thanks, Dr. Jacobs. And if we could, turn to the next slide. Can you illustrate how the variability and volatility you were discussing earlier works?
Yeah, this may be known to people in the industry, but it bears a picture that when you say crude oil is volatile, this is what gives options their value. This is just the price of crude oil. This is the WTI price. And this is, you can see the volatility, extreme volatility, huge changes that occur frequently. You can
And
go on.
On the next slide, Dr. Jacobs, what does this flat line here represent?
Okay, now we see what we mean by volatility and forecasting. The dark line, black, I think, is shows you the forecast price. We're sitting in July 2019, right when this contract was done. That's at issue in the case. And you can see the forecast of crude prices, a little bit above 60, going down to, a hair below, but basically $60 for the next 3 years or so. And it's flat. And then overlaid it in light blue is the actual crude price, WTI Cushing, that actually did occur. So you can see that, maybe the forecast wasn't bad, but the real economics are the incredible gyrations around it.
And
Go ahead.
were you finished?
Yeah, no, that just talking about the volatility. You can continue. Let's go.
And Dr. Jacobs, do you recall when the agreements at issue were terminated?
Yes, it was at the very end of March 2021.
And looking at this graph here on slide 11, at what point in time do the crude prices begin climbing back up after COVID?
Well, it looks like at that time, the crude oil price was about what was forecast. And then after that time, crude oil prices were higher. And then before that, they were lower. So.
Thank you. And so would it be safe to say that ARM terminated the agreements after crude prices were getting better?
Well, crude prices were getting better all the way from summer of 2020. So they were getting better from then, from the summer of 2020, all the way to the summer of 2022.
Thank you, Dr. Jacobs. And on this next slide, what do these three lines here represent?
This is just talking about the WTI to WTL spreads, the difference in the WTI to WTL price in various locations. So you can see two things that are important here. One, the spreads change and move around. Number two, even the differences between the spreads change and move around a lot. So there's volatility, not just in the crude price, there's volatility in any one spread, and there's volatility between spreads. So crude oil market has got like the ultimate example of volatility in pricing. You can keep going.
Oh, wait. I want to make sure I understand this chart. So is this the difference, for example, in April of 2019, the difference in Asia between WTL and WTI was approximately $2.60 or $2.50. Is that kind of what this is saying, is the difference between the two?
Yes.
Okay. And so it just shows, I guess, that usually WTI is more expensive than WTL. Is that right?
Up to a certain point, and then it looks like up to sometime in 2020, then goes the other way.
In Asia.
In Asia, yeah.
Other places, it's always WTI is more expensive. Is that right?
Yeah, and then Midland is Midland's also always WTI is above WTL. So, it's less, WTL is less in Midland. And for ARM's business, that this is like, this graph would be reversed. The for WTL, that is, if WTL is cheaper in Midland, then that's good for using WTL. But if WTL is less expensive than the other countries, then you have to kind of, compare. And, that's why you have to do the math on all this.
Well, what is the significance of this to this case? I guess that
the main significance is the volatility and the fact that these move around, and that the spreads don't just stay the same. They don't. They change due to market factors. And I don't have the record of what they were after this point. I know the market changed very dramatically in 2022. Certainly the market changed very dramatically when, COVID hit and other things changed. And, so that's the main point that I'm making, and it's unpredictable how it's changing.
Why is that significant to this case? Why does that matter?
Significant because the value of arms options relate to taking advantage of things as they change. So if there's volatility, then things are going to change in unpredictable ways. So if you want to know the value of the options, or the difference between the setup with one set of options and the setup with a different set of options, and you want to know that value as of a certain date, like August 2019, or sometime like that. If you want to go back before this time, that you have to take into account the volatility and what it could possibly be. So this is what actually played out.
Dr. Jacobs, that doesn't this kind of assume that they had the supply available for WTI and WTL, that both of those supplies were available in order for them to take advantage of these options?
Yes, that would be, yeah. To take advantage of anything related to WTL, you'd have to have the supply available.
We're not looking at the overall market. We're looking at how it affected this particular case. And so they would have had access to both WTI and WTL to be able to run through this pipeline, right? To be able to take advantage of this volatility changes.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right, let's proceed.
Otherwise, you're just dealing with the volatility of WTI.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Jacobs. And then what did these two graphs here represent?
They represent the prices of shipping of Aframax versus Suez in dollars per barrel. And on the left is the U.S. to Mediterranean, or U.S. Gulf Coast to Mediterranean rate. And on the right graph is the U.S. Gulf Coast to the U.K. And so what you can see, there are a couple things you can see from this. One is shipping rates are volatile. Okay, I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but this volatility affects everything you do to make money off of shipping and destinations and what you're doing with your crude oil. And so there's volatility in shipping rates. Second of all, there's volatility in the difference between the two shipping rates. They don't even stay the same spread. They don't even stay the same percentage spread. So it's, there's volatility even in that. And lastly, of course, you can see that naturally the Suezmax rates for shipping are less than the Aframax rates for shipping, which is well known.
So doesn't this assume that you could fully load? One of the issues in this case is whether or not you could fully load the Suezmax and the shipping channel that Epic had available. Does this assume that the Suez could be fully loaded in order to take advantage of this advantage?
Yes, I would assume so. That's what these rates probably quote is loading an average size Suezmax ship. These are actually quoted rates. So I assume that's what it refers to. And so, yeah, the ship size, the Aframax would be carrying less than the Suezmax.
But in order to take advantage of the reason that the Suez is cheaper is that it can hold more oil, but if it can't be fully loaded because of the depth of the channel, then the advantage would maybe be less or not there at all. Is that correct or not?
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if it would go away or whatever. You'd have to say like how much less,
Okay.
So that's true.
All right.
Okay.
Doctor, did you have anything else to say about this?
No,
slide?
that's it. That slides.
Okay, great. And then, so on the next slide, we're looking at Suez versus VLCC in Singapore. And what does this show us?
Okay, this is shipping from the U.S. Gulf Coast to Singapore. And this is just showing that the same phenomenon that I just talked about with Aframax to Suez applies to Suezmax to VLCC. So you can see that the rates of shipping on VLCC are less in dollars per barrel. You can see that each is a volatile price. And you can see that the difference between the two of them is actually volatile and moves around. So again, more variability and things like that. We don't have a Aframax to Singapore or to China rates quoted because although occasionally they go, it's not a big market for quoting shipments.
Okay, and on this next slide, can you show us what this represents?
Okay, this is U.S. Gulf Coast to Singapore on the Suez, and then U.S. Gulf Coast to Mediterranean on the Suez. Okay, it stands to reason that shipping to the Mediterranean is less costly than shipping to Singapore. And then, but the rates are so variable that sometimes, they overlap in different months. I mean, it's because the rates are so variable, but it's basically just showing that the same kind of volatility applies here. So I think that takes care of it.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Jacobs. And I'd like to pivot a bit and talk about your next assignment, which was to determine arms damages in this matter. What measure of damages are you?
Well, let me just say about that stuff. I wasn't saying it on each slide, but if you see these variabilities, $1 a barrel here, $2 a barrel here, $3 over here, all of these factors come together in whether or not ARM or anyone else can make money moving things from the Permian Basin to a particular location. And ARM's deal was about moving about 50 to 60 million barrels over a 5-year period from the Permian Basin to various locations around the world. And that's the essence of their business. So anytime you see something that might make $1 a barrel, then that's potential of 50 to 60 million over the life of the contract, if you could do that every month. And so finding months or a couple of months together where you can make $2 or $3 a barrel, and then that's going to offset certain months that you might make only 50 cents or $1 a barrel. And that gives you an idea of sort of the nature of the volatility relative to ARM's business. Okay.
Thank you.
On to the next topic.
On to the measure of damages. And what are the measure of damages you're opining on today?
so-called out-of-pocket damages is the amount of money that ARM spent on this contract, and minus any value they received. And so it's an out-of-pocket concept. It's a little bit like monetary rescission, except doesn't take into account the lost value of funds.
And you aren't opining on any expectation damages today, are you?
No.
And so I'd like to walk through what this $47.2 million represents and how you got there. Can you walk through these items here?
Sure. In 2019, ARM prepaid $13.7 million to Medallion. In 2021, there were Medallion drew down ARM's credit support agreement to the tune, just about the time the contract was terminated. They drew it down to 19 million. So they took 19 million.
Oh.
The next one is that they had ARM made shipper pay payments of 15.1 million. And these are payments made under the contract, and ARM's claimed that they were payments made for services that were not received. And then I've subtracted from that the potential value received for those payments made. That is, what was the potential value of the shipping that they could have done for that year.
And how did you get to this amount, this $4.6 million?
Well, a variety of indicators point to it, that it's the maximum amount that I computed would be the value of moving crude oil from point A to point B under the terms of the shipping agreement. And reflecting the spot value of using those services.
Okay, and what does this prejudgment line item represent?
That represents the interest from the date March 31st, 2021 termination until the beginning of this trial, January 24th of this year. And it's a 5% interest rate, which I was instructed by the attorneys to use as a statutory amount.
Thanks, Dr. Jacobs. And on this next slide here, you also have a chart showing an alternative damages amount of $35.7 million. Can you explain to us how this is different from the $47 million damages amount on the previous slide?
Well, I was instructed to do another computation, which did not include the ship or pay payments.
Thanks, Dr. Jacobs. And Your Honor, that's all we have.
Can you go into a little more detail? I don't think I fully got the whole argument about the shipper pay. Could you go into a little bit more detail about that?
Sure. Can you flip back a slide? Yes. Shipper pay, there was a year that ARM and Glencore were running this thing, that ARM claims they were not getting the service that they had bargained for. And Glencore was using the rights that had been bargained or that were obtained, and they, did a number of things. I don't have a full record of what they did, but they, my understanding is they, did a number of things, and then they could have. There's like a maximum amount they could have made off of all that at that time. I computed that maximum amount is 4.6 million. My understanding is they didn't get that, but that would be a maximum amount that I computed. And then there's 15.1 million, which was the required payments. You know, if you recall, there's a fixed cost to the contract from ARM's point of view, is that they have to make these payments for the rights to ship on the pipeline, whether or not they use it. That's the expression shipper pay, or you may remember all the taker pay.
That's what you mean by shipper pay, is that it's the amount they have to pay whether or not they use it. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
All right, go ahead.
And we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, any cross? Attorney Cross? Can you all hear him? I can't hear him.
My apologies, Your Honor. The microphone died. But Your Honor, you have really put your finger on what the issue is on these damages. What ARM is claiming here is the prepayments, 13.7 million, the credit support, 19 million. You know, we're not taking issue with that. And then they also want to claim as damages what they actually paid for the services they received during that year. They received services during that year, and the amount was the $15.1 million. But as we know under the law that you also have, if you're calculating damages, you have to give a credit for the value that you received. And so instead of saying that the $15.1 million is what the value was for those services, they want to say that no, the value was only $4.6 million. And, you know, and just so you know, so you put this in context, our position is that it's not the $4.6 million. The best evidence of the value of what they received is the $15.1 million that they agreed to pay. So that affects prejudgment interest, and it also affects the total. So their total damages, our view would be $32.7 million, and then they would do their prejudgment interest off that calculation. It would be slide 18.
Okay.
So the dispute between us and one dispute between us on damages is the value received during that year. And it's actually substantially more complicated than what you've kind of been led to understand here. So if I may proceed, Your Honor, that's the focus of this. Dr. Jacobs, you didn't interview Glencore before preparing your opinions in this case, did you?
Your sound cut out for just half a second. I thought you said I didn't interview Glencore. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Did you interview Glencore before you prepared your opinion?
No.
Did you interview Epic before you prepared your opinion?
No.
And doesn't your opinion about expectation, and this is as of the time the parties entered into this in 2019, correct?
Yes.
Expectation damages? Yeah. Doesn't your analysis simply assume without actually knowing whether Epic actually offered WTL transportation services?
I'm not offering an opinion on expectation damages.
No, but your 4.56 does come from that extensive analysis you've done of expectation damages, does it not? Where you run your Monte Carlo model?
No, that it doesn't. Some of the work I did helps me with understand it, but that doesn't come from that.
Well, but you've assumed that Epic actually offered the WTL transportation service, did you not?
That's my understanding. in the,
Yeah. Now you assume a start date in your model of January 1, 2020, based on pricing and other assumptions as of July or August 2019, correct?
well, I haven't testified to the expectation of that,
Well,
so I'm not quite sure what you're asking. I mean, I'm not using any of that in the computation of anything in the damages.
well, tell us then how it is you came up with this $4.56 million.
Well, there are a couple of things pointing to it. You're right. I have done some prior work on a whole lot of issues in the setup of arms business and what reasonable expectations were. And that had led me to and I've also done work on pricing of other such things, such market changes. And that led me to the conclusion that the maximum price that ARM could ever get in an environment where it wasn't that worthwhile to move the crude internationally, that the best they were ever going to get in that environment, if that ever happened in the future, again, expectationally, that the best they could do would be around 45 cents above the Midland price. So if they were taking crude down there, that's number one. Number two, I looked at what little evidence we have in the record of the case on what the shipments at that time, the right to ship on that time, was actually being transacted for. The ship, what were you getting for, the right to ship that from Midland to, what was the spot price of shipping from Midland to Corpus? And that in the record of the case, it said, so it would be very low, and then it would be increasing, in actuality, and then it would be increasing after March 2021, as the market is building back up again after its crash. And so I did have the spot price for shipping on the EPIC pipeline for WTI for April 2021. And that was, they say 32 or 33 cents. And that comes from medallion material that Mr. Pulliam relied on. So you can see that that would tell you that the price of shipping, the spot value of shipping during this crash would be less than that. That wouldn't be more than 33 cents. So that points to 45 cents being a very conservative upper bound. And then also there's some medallion made some money. I mean, not medallion, but Glencore made some money. Some of the money they made during that 12 months was by renting out or subrogating, I don't know what the right phrase is, the rights that they had to ship. So the rights went from the EPIC pipeline to Medallion, and then Medallion to ARM, and then Glencore subbed them out, some of them out, and that appears to be well under those numbers. So so I felt that it's probably less than 4.6 million, but I felt like that was under any circumstance, it wouldn't be any more than that. So I was trying to be conservative in that because I didn't have an exact number.
But doesn't your 4.56 million come from your damage model Exhibit C?
I'm not sure what's that. I'd have to look at it.
Well, it does. And the opinions that you reached there are derived from your Monte Carlo model that you ran. Are they not?
Can I just take a look at Exhibit C to see what you're referring to?
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
no, I've just told you that in the work I was doing, I was attempting to assess what the maximum price. One of the things I wanted to do was that when I was looking at arms business, I wanted to figure out in that Monte Carlo random outcome of future events, what would be the maximum price that what could ARM get by dumping crude that it has to take or not in Corpus. So we don't have, as you heard from Scott earlier today testify, we don't have data record. There's no public record of what prices are in Corpus. And so we don't know exactly what crude prices are in Corpus. So we don't have a read on that market. So I was attempting to estimate what would be the option for ARM to get the crude in Midland and then dump it in Corpus at a time when that option was going to be better than moving it abroad. So that, and I determined that that was probably not going to be more than, they weren't going to be able to get more than 45 cents. And so that was, I call that my dumping price because I didn't, we don't have a measure in the market. So that's the first time I said that the number would be 45 cents. And then here, there's a different question on the table, which is, what is the value at this time? And so we have three pieces of analysis sort of all pointing that it's not going to be greater than 45 cents.
Well, in fact, in your original report, ARM told you to say that the value of the services that ARM or Glencore received was zero, correct? Zero. That's in your original report, right?
Oh, I think in my original report, no, I didn't assume anything about that. I just didn't have an offset. They instructed me that this is the way you compute out-of-pocket damages, and so I just didn't have an offset of value.
They told you that they got no value, correct? That was in the original report. They got no value.
I don't
So you
remember.
just claimed the entire 15.1. You don't remember that? You don't remember that then in your latest report in November, you changed the zero to a 4.56 million deduct from the damages? You don't remember that?
I remember, yes, adding an offset to that point.
And that 4.56 is in your damages report as Exhibit C, correct?
I can check. Which report are you talking about?
Your last report from November of last year.
Can you share screen what you're talking about? Mr. Patterson?
He gave us a report, Your Honor, or originally that was voluminous, calculated over $100 million in damages that he said that ARM lost. They've dropped that damages claim in this case, and they've also dropped an alternative damages number for rescissory. Now they're down to out-of-pocket damages, and that's what those two charts are. That's what the disagreement is. Do they get to recover as damages the entire, the $15.1 million they paid for services they actually received, or by deducting only the $4.56 million, or do they need to actually deduct the entire amount? They spent $15.1 million and they received $15.1 million. Is that's what they negotiated for? That's the issue.
This is the prior model, is that right?
Yeah, it's paragraph 32 in your original report, Dr. Jacobs. You said that ARM told you it didn't receive any value for those services, so originally you put 0 for, move this up please, Matt. Yeah, you put 0 for the value of those services they actually received, and then you came back and you said, okay, well, maybe it was $4.56 million. And my question is, isn't that based on your Monte Carlo analysis for the 12 months when the agreements were being performed?
Oh, I see your misunderstanding now. The value of those services when the agreement was negotiated were viewed very highly by ARM and were could reasonably be priced very highly, with the expected value was significantly greater. But when the actual events occurred, it wasn't that valuable. So they were going to pay $15.1 million. When this whole thing was negotiated, the value expectation, you got $68 million of obligations. The value of it was viewed as significantly greater than $68 million. So the value of the 15.1 was viewed as significantly greater than 15.1 at the time this whole thing was negotiated. And I think that was a reasonable view.
Yeah. So what was it valued at the time they entered into the contract?
I'm responding to your question, but when you say that so my valuation of the 4.6 is an estimate of the maximum value that could have been obtained with the limitations that they had under the actual circumstances of that time.
At the time they entered into this contract, what would they have expected to earn for these services that Medallion was providing? What was your estimate?
I don't recall. It would be more than the $15.1 million for a year.
And so now you're down at $4.56 million?
No, that's an incorrect statement. The 4.56 million is not the expected value at the time of the negotiation. It was the post hoc value of potential value of these rights under the actual what was offered at that time.
Didn't Medallion and ARM agree up front back in July and August 2019 that the price under the agreement for transportation and servicing would be the same regardless of what oil moved, whether it was WTI or WTL?
That's my understanding.
There wasn't some separate price, was there?
That's correct. That's my understanding.
And didn't they agree at the time that the price that ARM would pay is what was in the agreement? $1.35 a barrel for transportation services and 15 cents a barrel for terminal services?
Yes, that's my understanding of what was agreed to.
And you would agree, wouldn't you, sir, that the $1.50 a barrel was the going market rate at the time?
Well, you gotta understand the contract had a lot. Look, it's not the going rate at the time. It's the rate that they agreed to with all of the terms of the contract. The actual spot price of shipping on that line at that time wouldn't necessarily be that.
Well, do you have any reason to believe that ARM agreed to pay more than the fair market value for the services, regardless of whether it was WTI or WTL?
ARM wasn't paying by the month or for a year. They had an overall contract for, with a lot of terms. And I don't doubt that it was, it was a market arm's length agreement is my understanding of it. So it would reflect market reality.
And what they agreed to was $1.50 a barrel, right?
Yes, for 5 years.
ARM could have negotiated a contract term providing that what it paid would be based on variable profits it made off those services, couldn't it?
Well, it would have been a different contract if it wasn't a ship or pay, if it was just a pay when you ship. It was just like an option to
that's right.
Do that. That would have been nice, but that would have been priced differently, probably.
Yeah, and that's not what the agreements say, is it?
No.
They're gonna only pay the variable profits that they would realize. That's not what the contract says, does it?
Well, I think contract says what it says. It's a shipper pay
And
agreement.
If you go with what the parties actually agreed to as the value of the services received, instead of subtracting the $4.56 million, you'd subtract the full $1.50 a barrel that Glencore actually paid Medallion, wouldn't you?
Well, the obligation to pay was for the 5 years, and ARM claims that they didn't get those services that were under the contract. So that would be. So, I don't know what you're asking me to say. 15.1 million was what a year was going to cost you under this contract, and its value could be viewed by ARM, and I think was as more valuable expected in later years. It wouldn't all be, the value is not necessarily flat.
And that $15.1 million was regardless of whether you shipped WTL or WTI, right? Didn't matter.
That's my understanding, yes.
So if instead of your 4.56 that you've been talking about, if you actually look at what the parties had decided on, if those values are used, would you pull up the chart, Matt? Let's go to the next one. This was assuming you were going to talk about rescissory damages. Keep going. There we go. Instead of the 4.56 being deducted, you'd be deducting the full $15.1 million that they actually had agreed that they would pay throughout the term of the contract, correct?
Which report is this one from?
This is from your report in November, sir.
There was like a November 11th, and then there were a couple little minor tweaks to it a week later.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think this changed. So,
So if instead of the 4.56, you used what the parties had actually agreed these services would be worth, you'd be deducting the full $15.1 million, correct? There in the next to last line.
I'm trying to figure out, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what you're doing with these red lines. So
I'm
you're
striking out your numbers. I'm striking out your numbers and putting in the alternative here. Instead of the deducting only 4.56, be deducting the full value of what they agreed to, right?
you've got a number of things changing here. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. But
You have to change
I
the
don't understand
prejudgment
why
interest.
the terminal agreement prepayment changes. Why?
Because
I mean, I'm not sure why you're changing that. And I understand.
yeah, I'm not sure either.
Okay.
Let's just focus on the amount, your amount column. So if you
Okay.
change the 4.56 to 15.1, the total damages for ARM are the $32.7 million, right? Which is the total of the 12.1, the 1.5, and the 16.9, right?
Yes.
And then that total would be the $32.7 million at the bottom, right? You add those three up.
That's correct.
If you do prejudgment interest on that to yesterday, we've done that calculation here. And so the total damages would be 35.6, correct?
It looks like you did something wrong on those upper two lines too. So I don't know what it adds to.
Yeah, and I'm going to have to go back and figure out why it says April 3.
I think the calculation you're looking for is on my slide 18.
Okay, let's go to slide 18. Could you help us with that, man? Ms. Ruyak.
Yes, just give us 1 minute, please.
Are we okay with what's going on?
There we go. So instead of claiming damages of the $15.1 million and just reducing that by the $4.56 million that you say was the value, if you actually reduced it by that full amount, what they paid is what they had agreed to pay, then the damages would be $32.7 million plus your prejudgment interest, correct? That's how it would work.
Well, they actually agreed to pay 15.1 million a year, and they didn't agree to have the credit support drawn down to the tune of 19 million when the contract terminated. So I wouldn't call this the set of agreed payments. I think these are the payments that got made: 13.7 million, 19.0 million. And then if you don't add in the 15.1 that was paid, then you get 32 million and something. And with prejudgment interest, you have 35.655 million.
And that would be arms damages, correct?
Yes, if you don't add in the other payment that they made.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a brief one. Dr. Jacobs, was the $1.50 per barrel the parties agreed to intended to pay for just WTL service, or was it intended to pay for WTI and WTL service?
My understanding was that it was for either one.
And is one more valuable than the other?
Not necessarily, no.
And is one option more valuable than the other?
Well, you'd have to go through a market analysis of, and that would change from month to month, or, not every month, but, it would change from time to time.
I'm so sorry. Is option one of having just WTL service more valuable, or is having the option of WTI and WTL service more valuable?
Well, having both options is valuable.
And why is that?
Well, because, when prices are volatile, when spreads are volatile, when shipping rates are volatile, when acquisition cost is volatile, you cannot predict ahead of time which one you're going to want to do at some point 2 or 3 years in the future. And so what you want is the ability to take advantage of where the market is at that time and put together the best, the best source, that gives you the best value, the best shipping, the best, destination, and which grade works better at that time in the market.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Jacobs. And Your Honor, we have no further questions.
So the value, what they agreed to pay was the same. Transportation, terminal services was the same, whether it's WTL and WTI, right?
Yes.
And they got the value, and those services were rendered, correct? It's for WTI. They got the value of those services for WTI, didn't they not?
It wasn't the services that ARM claimed, and they, it was limited to WTI, and of course the ship loading was limited. So that whole thing was not getting the services that were what ARM claimed that they were entitled to. A million barrel, up to 1 million barrel option, WTL or WTI option.
Thank you, Dr. Jacobs. Nothing further.
Anything else? Anything else? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Your Honor, we do still have the deposition video to play. Would you like us to begin that now, or wait?
Let's take a quick 5-minute break and we will reconvene.
Great, thank you.
I'm excused, I think. Dig. What you think?
I thought it went, relatively well.
Yeah.
I don't think they really had any points.
Hey, Mr. Jacobs, could you put could you go on mute, please?
Is the value, but
Sorry, I'm gonna turn it off. Adam, hang on a second. I gotta turn off this whole thing. I don't know who I was talking to.
Okay, everyone, let's get back online. Are we ready to call our next witness?
Your Honor, we're actually going to spare the dramatic video for the evening. But we'd like to make an offer of proof under Texas Rule of Evidence 103 regarding some materials that have been excluded so far.
No, I want to go ahead and do the depo. So let's get that done.
Okay. If you would prefer, we're happy to just submit it on the papers.
Oh, okay. Well, let me read
Your
that.
Honor, we have no,
Do you have any objection to that? So there, am I
we
supposed
don't
to?
object,
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, this is Kevin Downs. We don't object to tendering the deposition, but we do have some objections to the exhibits in the deposition.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm a little confused. Okay, so we have let me just get all this stuff oriented then. All right, let's first deal with, I guess, which exhibits are you objecting to?
So there's really just two in Mr. Lastman's deposition that we're objecting to. The first is going to be it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 24.
Which is the cover email dated 3/27/19 to Lastman and Douglas Pedigo, Dustin Smook versus the revised terminal services agreement. Is that right?
March 27th, 2019, correct, yes. And this is it's comments on a red line draft of the terminal services agreement.
All right, can you share screen that so I can see it?
This is Plaintiff's Exhibit 24. And you can see Mr. Lastman is walking through comments on a red line of the terminal services agreement. This is the parties, it's evidence of one person's subjective interpretation of a red line draft before this agreement was finalized, being offered to prove the interpretation of the contract.
Your Honor, this goes to materiality. This is the email in which Mr. Lastman specifically bargains for a Suezmax, and he cites the mismatch between the shipper pay obligation and the vessel size as the reason.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. That's the only objection, I think. You said, and this was 24, correct?
That was 24, correct, Your Honor.
I will go ahead and admit it. All right, next one.
And the next one is, Your Honor, this is Plaintiff's Exhibit 39. And actually, Your Honor, I believe this was in the portion of one of the designations that you already sustained an objection to.
And Your Honor, this again goes to
is
materiality. This shows, the fact that this particular issue, the WTL, was discussed repeatedly in emails leading up to it, shows the significance of the issue as part of the bargain.
Can you show me the next page?
And Your Honor, this is Mike Lastman's subjective interpretation of the agreement. And this is also, I believe this is in one of the parts of the deposition that Your Honor sustained an objection to based on parallel evidence this morning.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the 39. All right, so let me kind of understand where we are because it's kind of a little bit of a moving target. So we have 3 depositions that you guys, I think, wanted me to read. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And that is Lucian Keong, Michael Lastman, and Aaron Offit. I guess there's certain exhibits that go with each of them. Is that right?
That is correct. And I believe you've gotten a thumb drive of the exhibits, and there's a page in the front of your binder that should cross-reference the deposition exhibits that come up in the deposition with the trial exhibits.
Thumb drive? I don't see a thumb drive.
Did you send exhibits?
Was that with the,
I apologize. We will provide a thumb drive of exhibits for you this evening or for tomorrow morning.
well, so let's figure first off for Keong, I guess, is that his name? Or his
Young, I
name?
believe, yes. It's a he.
Let's deal with objection.
Yes, Your Honor. And again, we do have parallel evidence objections to Mr. Keong's testimony. I can point you to those if you'd like.
I can see, yeah, page,
The first,
I got it, page 69.
I believe the first one I have is on 69. That's actually, Your Honor, there was one on page 61 that I think was added in the second version of the binder you received.
Okay, well, I'll take a look at that one. Is that page 61, line 4 through page 62, line 14?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me take a look at it.
And this is, again, an email talking about Mr. Lastman's understanding of the rights he was going to be receiving.
Okay, I'll ask if I need any argument, and if I do, I'll let you know, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can someone share screen exhibit 71? Plaintiff, or Keong 71, so plaintiff 26, I guess. Okay, that's plaintiff 26. Okay. I assume this is going to kind of be the same argument. Is it parole evidence, and you're going to argue it goes to materiality?
That is correct. And also, in addition, parole evidence, if the contract is ambiguous and the court can reach that conclusion, even if the parties maintain that it's unambiguous, parole evidence is relevant to that. And it's not error to admit parole evidence in a bench trial where the construction of the contract has not yet been decided.
And Your Honor, since day one of this lawsuit, both parties have always agreed that the contracts are unambiguous. Neither party has pleaded ambiguity.
Oh, can you leave that up there, please? Can you go to point 6B? There. Thank you. And who is this email between?
This is between Mr. Lastman and his lawyers and his CEO and his board members discussing.
And Your Honor,
Epic.
this was an internal medallion email, so it can't really go to the materiality of how ARM viewed these agreements.
It's also admission, and it's an admission of the materiality, Your Honor. This says it's a good get to get a Suez Max. It goes directly to materiality.
All right, this objection's overruled. What's the next? The next one is on page 69. I'm going to sustain the objection on that one. All right. And the next one, I guess, is on page 73, line 3 through page 75, line 5. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can bring up exhibit 41, which I guess is plaintiff's exhibit 33.
And Your Honor, this is actually just a forwarded version of the exhibit that you already sustained an objection to. That was PX 31.
Okay. Is that correct?
Actually, it's slightly different. PX 31 was a term sheet provided to ARM. This is a term sheet before it gets provided to ARM, where Medallion's board members mark it up and don't change the fact that the Suezmax is being promised at both terminals.
That's right. It's just a red line version of the same term sheet that was already excluded.
And again, this goes to materiality. Term sheets contain the material terms of an agreement.
Your Honor, again, this is internal to Medallion, so it doesn't say anything about how ARM viewed the agreement.
All right, I'm sustaining the objection as to this. And what was that exhibit number? That was 33, correct? Plaintiff's 33. Objection, the objection sustained to that exhibit 33 will not be admitted. All right. TRE 402. So the next one is page 76, line 15 to page 77, line 16.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection to that one.
Which exhibit was that again? I apologize.
Page 76, line 15 to page 77, line 16. Next is going to be page 78, line 6 to 79, line 6. Sustain the objection on this one as well. And that's all the objections it looks like. Any more that were missed?
That's all that we had for Mr. Keong, Your Honor. The next are in Aaron Offutt's depositions.
Okay. Let's go. What's the first? Let's go to the objections for these.
And he has two depositions. He had one in 2021 and one in 2022. And I believe we just have objections to his 2021 testimony based on evidence.
All right, I'll sustain the objection to this one. That was page 47, line 5 to page 48, line 1. Objection sustained. Page 48, line 11 to 25. Sustain the objection on that. Sustain the objection as to page 51, line 9 through 15. I think the next one is page 61, line 4 through page 63, line 11.
And Your Honor, this is also the exhibit that's already been not admitted, PX 31.
Okay. Any objection to this? Well, I guess is that the last objection on for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor, that's the last objection to the deposition testimony. We do have a few to some of the exhibits in the depositions, and this won't be too many more. So if you look at Mr. Keong's deposition,
Party sustained the objection of plaintiff 33. What about the remainder?
so we had an objection to plaintiff's exhibit. It's in the deposition, it's deposition exhibit 69, so that's PX 16.
Okay. And what's the objection?
This is a same parallel evidence objection.
Could we see that one, please?
Yeah.
This is PX 16. And Your Honor, I'm sorry if I misunderstood if you were ruling on the exhibits at the same time as the
I am. I want
deposition.
to figure out which of these are going to be admitted based on the deposition. So this is the perfect time to do it.
Okay.
So exhibit 16, okay, next page. Next page. Can you go to the next page, please? All right, I'll sustain the objection to 16. All right, what else?
The next one is, it's deposition exhibit 71, which is PX 26.
Okay, let me see that one. Okay, that's going to be sustained.
And the next one is deposition exhibit 73, which is PX 29.
Okay. Next page. Next page.
And this is an official,
So this is actually,
What is this?
it's a board deck describing the fact that Medallion received a Suezmax from an Epic and was going to be subleasing it to ARM. It's an official record of Medallions.
there's a portion on one of the slides that's describing the supported benefits under the contract. It's extrinsic evidence about the interpretation of the party's interpretation of the contract. I believe this may have been in a portion of the deposition testimony that you sustained the objection on.
This goes directly to materiality again. You know, this is a summary of key points about the deal being relayed to Medallion's board.
And Your Honor, again, this is an internal document, so it doesn't say anything about how ARM viewed the contracts.
And materiality is
Not-
not just a subjective test. This is an objectively valuable thing, and this shows it that Medallion thought the Suezmax was a key part of this deal.
And Your Honor, it's based on the benefits the plaintiff could have reasonably expected from the agreement. So it's not based on what Medallion would have expected.
What page is the one on the Suez where it admits that the Suez was included? This is very long.
I think it might be, I'm going off memory here, it might be on one of the next pages. There we are.
Where is it?
It's in the last bullet under epic obligation, 1 Suez tanker, 1 million barrel firm load window per month.
I'm not sure how that goes to material. It does admit that that's what they thought it meant, but does that?
Well, when you're updating your board, you're telling them what's important about the deal you're about to do. And this is saying we got a Suez Max from Epic and we're about to turn around and sublease it to ARM.
And Your Honor, again, it's just evidence of the party's purported interpretation, and courts have, including the Texas Supreme Court, has ruled that is only admissible for an ambiguous contract.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection to all of this page number 39, except for page 22, which we'll call this 29A, which will just be page 22 of this document. The 29A is admitted. The rest.
And Your Honor, I think the last, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The last exhibit objection we have to Mr. Chang's deposition is going to be Deposition Exhibit 75, which is PX 42. And Your Honor, this is also an exhibit in a portion of the deposition where he sustained the testimony objection.
This is a board consent saying that they are promising ARM a 1 million barrel window as one of the key terms.
Can I see where it says that?
Absolutely.
And again, Your Honor, if that's true, that would be extrinsic evidence of the party's interpretation. Again, not involving ARM.
This is next one, Exhibit B. Okay. And bullet 2, the terminal agreement is back-to-back, utilizing Medallion's rights to terminal services. And then the 4th bullet, services to ARM include without limitation provision of 1 firm-based vessel loading window per month of crude oil up to 1 million barrels at Epic Crude Terminals, Robstown facilities.
And Your Honor, I think you can see how the language there is not what the agreement says. So this is just an extrinsic writing that's inconsistent with the contract.
So sustain. I'm going to sustain the objection.
And Your Honor, I believe there is maybe only one exhibit that we have an objection to.
All right, so
Mr. Office.
I've admitted 29A, and then plaintiff's exhibit 116 was not objected to, and it will be admitted. It's already admitted. Okay, let's go to Lastman. Which of the exhibits did you object to?
And Your Honor, I think we already did Lastman exhibits, correct? I think so.
Maybe did we do last?
Well, I think we're on Mr. Offit now.
Well, I don't think we've done the exhibits.
Okay.
Yeah, have we done the exhibits? Or have I've already issued rulings? I just don't have any notes on them. So which ones did I sustain objections to if I've already done this?
Your Honor, I think that we only had 2 exhibits we objected to in this one. It was 24 and 39.
24. Plaintiff, let me just see if we've already ruled on these. Let's see. Plaintiff 24.
It's a duplicate of one you've overruled.
I've already admitted 24 and 39. I sustained the objection at 39, so 39 is not in. All right, so just so we're clear, where if to the extent we haven't admitted them, okay, so 2 is already admitted. 15 is admitted without objection. 24 is admitted over objection. 39, the objection was sustained. 72 is admitted without objection. This is all plaintiffs. 78 is admitted without objection. Plaintiffs 112 has already been admitted. Plaintiffs 120 is admitted without objection. Plaintiffs 139 is admitted without objection. Plaintiffs 149 is admitted without objection. Plaintiffs 150, I'm sorry, has already been admitted. Plaintiffs 155 has already been admitted. Plaintiffs 163 has already been admitted. Okay, let's go to Offutt now.
And Your Honor, we have an objection to, this is Offutt Deposition Exhibit 3, which is PX 40.
So plaintiffs exhibit 10 is admitted without objection. Plaintiffs 40 I've not ruled on. Okay, so let me see plaintiffs 40.
Your Honor, this is another epic slideshow describing contract benefits.
I think it's another board deck prepared for, I think they're the CFO of their equity sponsor, again, explaining the fact that they got a Suezmax from Epic and are subleasing it to ARM.
I see what page that's on. It's kind of the same thing as the other board deck.
Exactly.
I can barely read. Really small.
It's going to be about halfway through the slideshow. I think it's maybe on the next slide or one of the next slides.
Sorry, this is, I don't know if it's, you can see it on your screen. I can barely read this. It's so small.
There you go. And
I
then
think this is it.
Okay, good job. All right. Okay, what page is this? All right, same thing. We're going to admit, sustain the rest of it. We're going to admit page 25 as exhibit 40A, sustain the remainder. So 40A is admitted, which is just page 25.
And Your Honor, that is the only objection that we have to the remaining Offutt exhibits.
All right, so let's go through the rest. Page 31, sorry, plaintiff's exhibit 31 is admitted without objection.
Sorry, Your Honor. I think plaintiff's exhibit 31 has already been
Okay.
the
Yeah,
same objection that we had that was the same.
That's fine. You're right. Okay, plaintiff 79 is admitted without objection. Plaintiff 107 is admitted without objection. Plaintiff 108 is admitted without objection. And plaintiff 178. Okay.
And we have no objections.
Sorry, my colleague just brought to my attention that there were inconsistent rulings on PX 26. An objection was overruled and then it was sustained.
Let me see.
This is I'm sorry, this is the one that where he's telling Mr. Lastman is telling GIP that the Suezmax is a good get. This
Where does that come up? I don't see plaintiff's 26. Is that an office?
yes, it is. It's a 6B right at the bottom there.
I don't see it as one of the exhibits for Offutt.
Sorry, my
This is
colleague.
in the-
It's for Keong. I apologize.
Let me look at that. Okay. So I had already admitted this. I don't have records that I'd admitted it.
No, Your Honor. I think you admitted some deposition testimony around this exhibit, but this part of the exhibit is clearly inconsistent with the contract language.
Your Honor, you did overrule the objection. I apologize. My notes are a little confused. And this goes to materiality. He's telling his folks on the board and his CEO that getting a Suezmax versus an Aframax is a good get because it solves a mismatch problem. It very much goes to the objective materiality of this deal.
So what, okay, can you take that down for the B part? Just so I can see the whole thing. All right, so is that the only thing that goes to the materiality is B?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so same deal on this one. I'm going to sustain it. The court reporter, this is gonna be a little complicated. We're gonna just, I want you to provide a redacted copy of this exhibit. Call it 26A, and it's gonna be section 6B. It's gonna be on medallion 22650. This portion here, redact out the entire rest of the document except for the top part that says who's it's to and from and the date and all that stuff. Redact out everything else, leave this part in, and that will be exhibit 26A, and 26A will be admitted. The rest of 26, the objection is sustained. Okay, anything else? So I have to read these three depositions. You wanted to make some kind of offer of proof on, I'm not sure what, but an offer of proof is.
Sure. We would like to make an offer of proof on the
An
exclusions.
offer of proof on when you have a bench trial?
As I understand it, that's the only way to protect the appellate record.
Okay.
So we move to make an offer of proof under Texas Rule of Evidence.
Go ahead and do this. Go ahead and provide me a written offer of proof with what exactly you're going to be asking. And I'll file that with the clerks and I'll take a look at it tomorrow.
That makes my life a lot easier. I appreciate it.
All right. Anything else today that we need to chat about? So is the plaintiff rest subject to the offer of proof? And
Yes, rest subject to the offer of proof.
just so it's clear, we've agreed earlier that the depositions will be submitted. Lucian Keong, which is LUCIAN KEONG, Michael Lastman and Aaron and Michael Lastman, LASSMAN, and Aaron Offutt, OFFUTT. We've all agreed that I can read this and the court reporter can include the transcripts as part of the record for the court reporter's record, correct? Plaintiff agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense agree? Defense agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we're going to start off with defendant's case in chief tomorrow morning, right after we do the offer of proof. We're going to start up at 9 o'clock. And we're just going to go for approximately a half day tomorrow. Which witnesses do we have for tomorrow?
Your Honor, we'll start with Medallion CEO Randy Lentz.
How long do you anticipate your presentation is going to take in this case?
I'll let Mr. Carter answer that question. Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would say that with Mr. Lentz, he'll be the witness who will have the most time, potentially as much as 3 hours, something along those lines of just questioning from us. And then we'll have two more live witnesses, an expert witness, and then a fact witness who has a smaller role of mitigation. And then we have a number of depositions to submit in the same way that ARM has submitted the three that we just worked through. So I think that we could do it I think we could do it on Thursday, Friday, depending upon how many hours that is.
Okay. Okay. And did you guys talk, if you guys really would prefer to be remote for next Tuesday, you can. I don't think we're going to finish on Friday, but if you want to be remote, you can. If you want to be in person, I know sometimes closing arguments are kind of exciting to watch, and people can, it's kind of fun to look at that. But and it would be helpful to have some of the exhibits here for me to look through and everything. And anyway, but you guys talk. I don't have a strong opinion. I don't mind doing it in person. I think it kind of be a great way to end the trial. But if you guys don't want to incur the cost to come up to Dallas, I'm okay with doing it remotely too on Tuesday.
From ARM's
We'll
perspective.
confer, Your Honor, and
Oh,
go ahead, Ms. Shee.
From ARM's perspective, we spoke over lunch and we're happy to come live on Tuesday.
So
Subject
are
to,
we, Your Honor.
And then was this Miss Ruyak? Is that the way I say? Was that her first time to do a witness?
It wasn't her first time, but she is 4 months pregnant, so we're proud of her.
Well, glad she could fit this in before she has to take.
Good.
So, all right, guys, we will see you in the morning. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bye.